reconocer y agradecer su presencia en la CEPAL. Para nosotros es motivo de orgullo tenerla en esta casa, que por cierto este año cumple 75 años de existencia, trabajando por un futuro productivo, inclusivo y sostenible, como dice nuestro emblema en este aniversario. Su visión y liderazgo nos ha permitido avanzar decididamente en la comprensión de la importancia de apoyar en el terreno a los equipos país que cotidianamente suman sus esfuerzos a autoridades de gobierno nacionales y locales, a la sociedad civil en toda su diversidad y al sector privado, para no dejar a nadie atrás en este enorme esfuerzo de lograr el desarrollo sostenible. Como usted ha dicho, hemos pasado el punto medio entre la adopción de la Agenda 2030 y su plazo final y estamos en problemas. El mundo entero enfrenta múltiples crisis interrelacionadas: cambio climático, energía, contaminación, biodiversidad, desigualdades de género, violaciones de los derechos humanos, el alza en el costo de la vida y del financiamiento, así como nuevos conflictos que desestabilizan las relaciones entre los países. Nuestra respuesta colectiva requiere de una urgente y robusta movilización de recursos en donde las instituciones financieras multilaterales de desarrollo deben cumplir un rol fundamental, tal como usted lo ha hecho saber en las reuniones de primavera del Fondo Monetario y del Banco Mundial celebradas hace 2 semanas. Quisiera agradecer también la presencia de Paula Narváez en su calidad de vicepresidenta y futura presidenta del ECOSOC. Y no puedo dejar de aprovechar para felicitarnos conjuntamente tanto al sistema de las Naciones Unidas en Chile, liderado por la coordinadora residente de Naciones Unidas, María José Torres Macho, como al gobierno de su país, estimada embajadora, por la reciente firma del Marco de Cooperación
2023-2026 cooperation framework, which seeks to accelerate the path towards the fulfillment of the 2030 agenda in Chile. I would also like to highlight the committed and permanent participation of civil society. Governments alone cannot solve the challenges of sustainable development. Partnerships with civil society have been fundamental for the United Nations to implement its mandate. Yesterday, we joined civil society in the opening of the meeting, and we are confident that the contribution will be relevant at the tables it is for them. Dear friends, we already have along the field in order to establish the sustainable development goals of the 2030 agenda, and we are at a very challenging moment. We expect this year 1.2% in the region, which will unfortunately complete the period of 10 years that began in 2013 and which ends this year, in which the average growth of the region will have been 0.9%, less than half of the 2% average, which the region grew in the famous lost decade of the 80s. Undoubtedly, we are already facing the profound negative cumulative consequences of a decade after a very low growth, nevertheless a decade for the region. We must not lose a further decade, and that is part of what is at stake between now and 2030 and beyond. Slow economic growth undermines the capacity to generate quality employment, to reduce poverty and inequality, to meet the demands of the vulnerable middle class, to increase tax revenues, and thus amounts of money of resources available to meet the growing economic and social demands and the imperative of responding to climate change. This is why it is urgent and indispensable to promote a reactivation, retransformation, or a transformative recovery, as we have insisted in Prague. However, this objective, including the acceleration of progress towards the SDGs, is limited by the difficulties imposed in debt servicing in Latin America and the Caribbean. Over the last decade, the share of tax revenues earmarked to clear interest payments of public debt has steadily increased. In 2012, central administration allocated an average of the region 12.6% of the tax revenues to meet obligations related to interest payments. This is in 2012. By 2019, this proportion had reached 18.4%, meaning that on average, countries in the region were allocating 6 percentage points below to tax revenues to interest payments. And in several countries in the region, the interest rate exceeded the central government's social spending on health, education, social protection, even before the central banks in advanced economies began to raise their interest rates. After the worst economic and social crisis that in the region has experienced, caused by the coronavirus pandemic, we are currently experiencing moments of great difficulties and uncertainties generated by a series of cascading crises, climate, health, employment, social, educational, and cost of living. Notwithstanding all of these difficulties and historical problems, our region has shown great commitment to the 2030 agenda and for the future. The different share with you in the Latin American document and the Caribbean halfway point to 2030 that we have prepared, but I would like to mention three important conclusions. The first, in the central issue on progressing towards achieving the targets, I would like to summarize the main conclusions by saying that we are right halfway through the period towards 2030, but not halfway along the way, because according to the data, the targets are expected to be met by 2030. 40% of the targets are moving in the right direction, but not at the speed required for compliance. In 2017, shows setbacks. Thus, 75% of the targets are at risk of not being met unless decisive actions are taken in order to get control. This situation urgently calls for the countries of the region to strengthen their commitment to the SDGs, innovating, inspiring, and transformative actions are required. We are going through a new lost decade, and we will fall short of the SDGs by 2030. This document will also refer to the SDGs that will be discussed in the high-level political forum in New York. SDG number 6, ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation. Number 7, ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Number 9, building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization and fostering innovation. And 11, making cities a human settlement, inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And SDG 17, strengthening the means of implementation and revitalizing global partnership for sustainable development. The second conclusion is that the report highlights an important positive consequence of 2030 agenda in the region, and the creation of an institution that has inequally strengthened the country's capacities to dialogue on the challenges of the future, to talk about solutions, to forge partnerships, and to improve evidence-based policies. We show how countries lead their planning processes to the SDGs, whether participate in voluntary national reviews and recently involuntary reviews, which have become on the ground to become central within SDG implementation and monitoring. We also highlight the role in the community of practices and voluntary national of Latin American and Caribbean countries established by IPAC in 2019 and recognized as a regional platform for peer-to-peer. And I also highlight the strengthening of the mechanism of civil society participation and the important protagonism and productivity that civil society has developed. Institutional capacities and collective learning that will stay with us and that have been a positive item of the 2030 agenda, as we state in detail in the best
we must vitalize commitments and the means of implementing them. High-impact initiatives or accelerating initiatives. This is a key conversation to progress toward the achievement of the goals and it is also necessary to revive and nurture the hopes of the region's populations that a more prosperous, productive, inclusive, sustainable future is possible. It is in this spirit, the last chapter of the report, we propose 7 transformative initiatives that have the potential for high impact and multiplying effect in various sectors and areas. As we will see, the novelties are so much in the headlines, but rather in the area of governance, that is to say, procedures, methods, processes necessary for their implementation and execution. Dear colleagues, we need to strengthen public strategy, policies, and programs, coupled by initiatives from sectors, civil society, and international cooperation to get back on track towards full compliance with the SDGs by 2030. Evidence from the sixth report indicates that the 2030 agenda has strengthened countries' capacities to meet the challenges of the future and has paved the way for forging strong partnerships and improving policies. This institutional footprint is important for promoting and articulating new forward-looking actions to achieve the SDGs. At ECLAC, we have begun to work more on strengthening capacities of countries and their institutions in terms of future studies and dialogue, in line with the Thinker Summit convened by the United Nations Secretary General for September 2024. Our objective, set out in chapter 5 of the report that we will introduce today, is that foresight and anticipatory capabilities should increasingly guide the respective dynamics of collective action and policy design towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and also should help build the necessary consensus regarding the future path. The crisis highlights once again the need to focus on the long term. But the long term begins today in a series of short terms. It is critical that policies in the short term have clear longer term norms as the SDGs have facilitated since 2015. In the work of this forum, we have included on the 28th a roundtable discussion called Road to the SDG Summit's Transformative Initiatives, Creating Opportunities to Strengthen Commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We believe that our region should focus on the how of policies and the implementation of high-impact transformative initiatives with multiply effects. We are at the right time to have this conversation, since in the multilateral space, we have representation in the Economic and Social Council with Chile in the Vice Presidency, and in the G77 plus China led by Cuba. This allows us to coordinate effectively between the regional and global levels, taking advantage of existing institutional capabilities. As a region, we must arrive at the SDG Summit in September, mobilized, connected, and also inspired. There's a direct link between the aspirations of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which this year celebrates its 75th anniversary, and the commitments set out in the 2030 Agenda. May the universality, interdependence, indivisibility, and progressiveness of both agendas inspire us to pick up the pace, but still have time to ensure that the journey is successful and that its gains will be irreversible. Thank you very much.
A continuación,
Next, Ambassador Paulo Narváez, Luis, Ms. Mina Mohammed, Vice Deputy General Secretary of the Nations, and Mr. Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary for ECLAC, Mr. Santiago Cafiero from Argentina, country that chairs the Forum of Latin American countries regarding sustainable development, Mr. Giorgio Jackson, Social Development Minister of Chile, Mrs. Claudia Sangüesa, Undersecretary of Economic International Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile, the ministers, undersecretaries of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, dear regional directors, national directors of United Nations funds and programs, representatives of agencies and funds of the United Nations systems, resident coordinators, ambassadors, representatives of the diplomatic body, dear friends. I'd like to thank ECLAC through its executive secretary the opportunity to share this morning with you. I have the honor of addressing this forum as a chairman of the Social and Economic Council position which I will be until July 2023 to then take on the chair of ECOSOC for 1 year. Chile's presence in ECOSOC reflects the historical interest of our country for promoting in the multilateral arena economic, social, and environmental matters as a part of the development agenda. Being in this room, I must remember to honor Hernan Santa Cruz's name, compatriot that made it possible for us to be here. Chile, both locally and internationally, has looked to build living conditions that will ensure dignity and the rights of people. Also, as an expression of that, I would like to recognize Ambassador Juan Somaria, who's also here with us, who has been part of that tradition in our country. Deeply anchored in the conviction that human rights must be defended at all costs and all the time. Now, the economic and social rights agenda is key to build more prosperous societies. Membership to ECOSOC also responds to respect and the value that Chile finds in the system of the United Nations as the multilateral space that is of the highest relevance that the international community has in order to promote peace and safety. We know that peace and safety are a permanent challenge. That's why, through the commitment that states have expressed in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we see a transformative opportunity for societies that should consider the different realities with a very strong justice and equality component. We know that COVID-19 pandemic has had considerable impact on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its objectives. For the first time in more than 3 decades, the world has experienced consecutive years of setbacks in human development indicators. Behind that, there are families that have seen how the well-being achieved in the last years vanishes, facing the precarious path that unequally hits different segments of the population, mainly women, children. This very disheartening scenario should not immobilize us, but right the opposite. It represents a challenge for the state, the civil society, and the international community to promote measures that will allow to shorten the gaps that have been increased in the last few years. In order to address this present reality and to keep the goals for the next decade, the international community should identify those areas where evidence exists of that deterioration and to double the efforts, both human and financial resources, to address this trend. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres is leading an international agenda to accelerate the implementation of SDGs, to go back to the symbolic horizon that 2030 Agenda proposes. As you know, milestones in the agenda of this year are the High-Level Political Forum and the SDG Summit within the context of the General Assembly. In this forum, the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are invited to reach conclusions or to contribute to a regional perspective in the High-Level Political Forum regarding sustainable development. As a region, we must be part of this effort. We need to be able to define priorities and joint work commitments. We must identify cooperation that as a region we can exercise to accelerate the agenda and its objectives. This agenda is an invitation to reduce poverty and inequality gaps, to strengthening dialogue and citizens' engagement, to mainstream gender approach, and to take all the necessary measures to adapt and to mitigate to climate change. We need to promote a culture of peace, tolerance, and respect. We must make progress in recognizing and protecting the rights of boys, girls, and children and teenagers, sexual rights, the rights of indigenous peoples, all of that promoting solid intergenerational generosity, thinking and the well-being of senior citizens and the world that we will inherit to the future generations. We must push an integrating and consistent vision to apply to environmental agendas that many times are addressed in a fragmented fashion action in international governance, facing climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution, the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean cannot be absent. The 2030 Agenda reflects the dream of thousands of people who aspire to making progress towards a sustainable world by 2030, in which we will reconcile the economic needs, social and environmental needs derived from development. 7 years out, the road to cover is so important as the result that will be achieved, because it will be the basis of the paradigm shift that is required to build the country that we will inherit to our children. We now need to face the challenge. In our generation, the 2030 Agenda offers the conditions to make progress in the big common goals, and Latin America and the Caribbean is an opportunity for the world. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, the Vice Mrs. Amina Mohamed, please.
Excellency Santiago Cafiero, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship from Argentina. Her Excellency, my sister Paola Neves, Vice President of ECOSOC and Permanent Representative of Chile to the United Nations. Under Secretary General, and my brother, I can say, Jose Manuel Salazar, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Excellencies, the UN family, friends of CSO, our civil society colleagues, but an old friend, Juan Somavia. I want to recognize you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the government of Argentina for presiding this year's Regional Forum on Sustainable Development and for its leadership as chair of ECLAC. Please allow me also to extend deep appreciation for the warm welcome that I've received from Jose Manuel Salazar, his team here at the ECLAC. And thank you for hosting the forum this year. I can also say at this point, happy 75th anniversary. I didn't see the cake, but let's see. Excellencies, on a very serious note, we meet at a critical juncture for the Sustainable Development Goals. We have reached the halfway point to the 2030 Agenda, and we are badly off track. The 6th Progress Report of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean shows that our progress towards the SDGs ha fallado. Incluso se ha retrasado en algunos objetivos importantes y metas, dejando a mucha gente atrás. En la región y en
Mr. Santiago Cafiero, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mohammed, Paula, Luis, who is introducing the session, and Jose Manuel Salazar. And I also like to thank everyone for being such great hosts and for offering this venue, an emblematic venue, once again for all Latin America and the Caribbean, but also emblematic also for Argentina. We are precisely in a room called Raúl Prebisch, which is a renowned economist from the Argentina as the pro tempore chair. We've been working together with the Secretariat and the rest of the member countries in implementing the Commission's work plan in line with the core document that was introduced in Buenos Aires. In the framework of this commitment with the agenda that ratifies the 2030 agenda that the international community adopted in 2015, that is going through its second half in its implementation, Argentina has defended the need to have a balanced treatment to the three dimensions of sustainable development and to enforce a human rights and gender perspective across the board. Therefore, we reaffirm the importance of considering commitments such as the implementation means of the implementation of the agenda, including tech transfer of developed countries and the development of their capabilities. This favorable drive to the coordination that was materialized 8 years ago today is in question. After several decades, interdependent growth of business, finance, or technology, we saw as multilateral milestones such as the agenda adoption for the Addis Ababa and the Paris Accord. Today we're facing a scenario of a crisis of the multilateral system, shocks in the supply chains, imposition of unilateral measures, renewed industrial policy lines, and nearshoring and reshoring agreements, and agreements to restrict access to strategic technologies. And this crisis, overlapping or cascading crisis and geopolitical reorganization, the dimension of development seems to be much postponed. Inflation, economic setbacks and deterioration globally, unsustainability of the foreign debt, and an unsolved environmental agenda weakens the position of developing countries, and they go against the resource mobilization for international cooperation and funding. The result of these processes is larger inequality in the countries and a deepening of the North-South gap. This is added to the weakening of many of the mechanisms and fora that existed in order to preserve peace and to promote development. Before that, for Argentina to go back to negotiation venues and multilateral and regional coordination cannot be postponed. It is not only about principles. We have the conviction that only collective action among all the parties will enable us to go back to a peaceful coexistence time with larger degrees of stability to economic cycles. And that will help us definitely to understand fully the demands for equality and well-being of our peoples. We need this consensus to progress to a reformed financial architecture that will benefit developing countries, promoting critical and the alleviation of their debt. This is not for us an abstract declaration. With these same purposes, we exercise the pro tempore chair of the community of Latin American and Caribbean states, and that's why we decided to rejoin the Union of South African South American nations, UNASUR. It's a space that we'd like to revitalize to service the integration in the region. Our region was extremely strongly hit by the psychosocial and health effects of the pandemic. A truly transformative recovery can only be achieved through dialogue and cooperation without excluding any country. We want a development model with social justice. If we're only going to be a link with raw materials that leads us to a model that cannot include more than 650 million Latin Americans and Caribbeans, So we do not want it then.
Food security must become a priority. We need agricultural, industrial, scientific, and technological policies to foster agriculture and the energy and grid so that they may be more modern. We must also offer access to strategic goods and encourage interregional trade with value added. We must strengthen the production of foodstuff and become more resilient in view of climate change and follow the demand of the world for sustainable production that is healthy and aware of the environment. We must organize a regional value chains, and not only for foodstuff, but also towards the development of our tremendous energy and critical ore potential. Our natural resources, the wind, the sun, hydrocarbons, minerals, can leverage a productive development. And through that, industrial suppliers of services based on knowledge and adding value will thrive. In Argentina, we have a potential to take advantage of our natural resources and thus become a very strong automobile producer. And we should go into less carbon emissions through GNC. In the long term, we are thinking about electromobility, another important landmark would involve the creation of productive jobs and quality jobs and the household work and that of care must also be revised. At the 15th Regional Conference of Women NECLA that was held in Buenos Aires, I see familiar faces here. In November last year, one of the most important things that was discussed there was the care system that is mainly in the hands of women, and it is either little rewarded or just not rewarded at all. And the measures were adopted to decrease the sexual connotation of this care, looking for a new style of development that would
Bueno, en términos de choques en cascada, mucho hemos hablado y ustedes, estoy seguro, pues conocen, hay muchísimos artículos sobre esta cantidad de impactos y choques que han recibido todos los países en el mundo, disrupciones en cadenas de valor, desaceleración de la economía mundial, el conflicto en Ucrania, por supuesto, las mayores tasas de
we have saying that this is a lost decade in terms of growth, at least. And so there's a message here that I would like to convey. And that is that this is a situation which is a disaster. It's quite a pity, but there's an important challenge for the region because growth is not everything, but undoubtedly it does enable creating wealth, employment, also providing funding, also tax revenues. We do all of the things that we want to do. And then secondly, it's very important here to understand that not only is there a slowdown in terms of growth, but we do have a chronic problem, long-term chronic problem for low growth in the region. And this is something that when we look at it with that approach, it is not only attributable to international economy. These are tasks that we need to start doing that we're not currently undertaking. And then we have the dynamic of investment. We can see something similar. Here we have the yearly growth rates of real gross fixed capital formation. Now, you can look at the detail, but it has a similar pattern. You can see that the growth of investment in the last decade is only 0.7. That is to say, it's very serious. And there's also a structural problem there on the investment rates. But also, there is a problem regarding productivity. You have the productivity of the United States there. The blue line is the United States, and Latin America is red. And we have 3 countries there just to benchmark, Poland, Turkey, and Korea. And we can see how in the 60s, above the productivity of Korea, Poland, and Turkey, and how these 3 countries are in a better foot than we are currently because our productivity is stagnant. So there's another long-term issue there. So if there is a slow growth, if there's low investment and low productivity, then it's no surprise that employment creation is so low. And again, this is a similar graph with the average per decade, and we can again see that in the 60s and 70s, it was 3.9, almost 4% of employment growth. In the last decade, it's only 1.5%, which is quite a shame. And then we can clearly see that the data speak for themselves. Now, we can look at poverty and inequality. Well, there is a reduction there, as you can see on the graph on the left, since the 90s, all the way to 2012. That was an important poverty reduction period. But then, as of 2014, and with these low growth rates that we have just seen as a backdrop, it is no surprise that it has grown especially with the impact from the pandemic. And at the end of 2022, the estimation is that poverty is around 32% and extreme poverty at 13%. So millions of people, 201 million people that are poor and 82 million people that are in extreme poverty situation. If we look at inequalities, well, also here, the last 20 years, there is a downward trend. This is the Gini index average, 46.0 in 2021 for Latin America. Yet, we are still a region that is quite unequal, some more and some a little less. But you can see, for example, in Turkey, Gini is 41.9%, the United States 40%, the Republic of Korea 31.4%, and Poland 28.8%. So, and we could include other countries to compare here. This is just to illustrate this. So that's why, yeah, inequality has decreased, but the levels are still quite high. The inflationary shock, we can see here on this graph, since 2005, the performance, and clearly we had an inflation regime which was relatively low with some variations, but very low in 17, 18, and 19 with interest rates of around 3% and the consumer price index, but then also an important increase towards the end of 2022. And now it is on a downward trend, but in the next couple of years, in the midterm, we're not going to get to the low inflation levels that we had in the past. And the whole world is not going to see that. That is to say, we're not going to be able to see that low interest rate scenario. We do hope that they drop this year, that they do not continue on the upward trend, and they can start coming down. But I insist they will stay at high levels that we have not seen in the previous decade. In this particular case, as you can see, this is the fiscal deficit. On the left, you can see the primary result, the primary output, which is minus 0.5 of the GDP. These are the green bars. In 2022, 1.7 when compared against 2021. This is the result of a reduction of public spending. You can see those lines in red and blue. So a reduction of public spending and a slight increase in total revenues. On the right-hand side, you can see 2 years of consecutive drop of the indicator of a public debt on the GDP, all the way to from 56.4 to 53.5 to 51.2. This is the public debt of central governments. This is because of economic activity, but the truth is that the levels are still high and much higher than that of the last 20 years. So we can see this very same reality in the case of the Caribbean, where the primary result was 0.2% of the GDP in comparison with 0.8 and almost -4 in 2020, which is the graph on the left. And thanks to a reduction in public spending and an increase in revenues. But of course, when you say a reduction in public expenditure, that has also implications since the level of debt and with very little tax revenues, we know that the balancing exercise that governments need to carry out is quite complex. On the one hand, controlling the magnitude of the fiscal deficit, cut many of the needs, including investments. And then the public debt of central government, when compared against the GDP in average for the Caribbean, as you can see there, for Latin America, is almost 30 percentage points in average. So we're talking about from 85, it's gone down to 77. And therefore, the situation of the Caribbean is quite complicated, and this is an important conversation. Like the proposal from Barbados, for example, the Rich Town Initiative, among others. So, regarding section 2, chapter number 2, we're talking about institutional progress here. And what I would like to say is that there's progress that has been made. Important institutional capacities have been set up. 15 countries in the region have established ad hoc coordination mechanisms to follow up on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The other 18 countries, mostly in the Caribbean, have designated a public institution attached to the presidency, a ministry, or another public agency as responsible. The coordination mechanisms have made it possible to carry out multi-sectorial collaborative actions to address the development problems and also to address the SDGs. Regarding monitoring or follow-up, it is responsibility for monitoring and reporting on the SDGs indicators, which generally lies on the respective sectorial ministries and the statistical offices. The challenge, of course, is to broaden and to strengthen the effective participation of stakeholders in the monitoring and evaluation of these SDGs and improving indicators. There are methodological details in the report that show that there is a lot of progress, but still there's a lot to be done. Well, the national voluntary reviews identify challenges and solutions for the implementation and follow-up of the 2030 Agenda and promote the dialogue. As early as 2023, 31 of the 33 countries in the region have submitted the VNS, the Voluntary National Reviews, to the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. Then the Community of Practice on Voluntary National Reviews, established in 2019, and has become a very recognized and very useful platform for peer-to-peer learning, collaboration, and the exchange of experiences. And also in some countries, the alignment of the plans and the strategies with the 2030 Agenda have been prioritized with some sectorial plans and other strategies, which is also an interesting development because it's part of the ownership and it's important that it is part of the national key strategies. On this graph, then, you can see that the governance of the SDGs is diverse. It is adjusted to the institutions of each country, but it has been adapting to the needs and realities of the countries. In blue, we have those that have ad hoc mechanisms, and in orange are the ones where the presidency or a ministry or another public agency is the entity responsible. Territorialization of the 2030 Agenda is also an important dimension of progress. Here on this graph shows the socioeconomic inequalities within territories in a whole set of countries in the region that are only to highlight, but also from outside the region. And these inequalities are very high in the countries that you can see there on the left, Panama, Ecuador, Argentina, and Colombia, where we see average disparities representing 40% or more of the GDP, which is part of the structural heterogeneity of these countries. And in contrast, we can see there is a low level of internal disparities. Japan, the Republic of Korea, Norway. But this is just to illustrate the magnitude of these. And that is why the policies with a territorial vision are so important, like many countries have already been implementing and considering. Also, the national interest in order to implement the follow-up of the 2030 Agenda can be seen precisely in the voluntary national reviews, which in total add up to 49, which is 40% of the global exercise, which is amazing, the fact that we have made so much progress on that dimension. Just one brief commentary here on the work for the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. This committee has done very important work focusing on the repositioning and resilience, recovery in the sub-region, with particular emphasis on these topics. The advancing of the reconceptualization of the Caribbean Resilience Fund. We've had 2 or 3 sessions with our colleagues from the Caribbean in order to see how we can accelerate these funds, also reviewing the implementation of the accelerated modalities of action for small island developing states. The progress has been made, and this is a conversation that has been taking place in New York on the vulnerability multidimensional index, which is very important, and other working topics. Also, in the report, we have a section which is quite brief on the subsidiary bodies and the intergovernmental entities that CEPAL or ICLAC supports with many of the other United Nations agencies, for example, UN Women, and others that we can mention here. Coalition with the United Nations is very important. But the point I would like to emphasize here is that experience tells us that this technical support from all the United Nations agencies have had different meetings and facilitated progress in the implementation of the 2030 agenda. So it's not really something that is separate. Many of the documents focus one way or another on this, and therefore it is important that we take all of these structure, all of these big machine where we have authorities and experts, networks, scholars and government entities participating as part of the institutional development towards the SDG, and obviously the growing participation of civil society. We have already mentioned this in the opening ceremony, here, the mechanisms can improve spaces have been expanded, and civil society does have a key space now. It's a formal space in these meetings, not to talk about only the national space, but also where we can, where they can share their documents and can also participate in the different panels, like we're going to see in the panels that we have today in the afternoon. So it is critical to continue strengthening that participation of civil society, who have made an important contribution to several topics.
So now, measurement. First, a technical comment. The available statistical series, as you see on this chart, have gone from 72 to 492 statistical series between 2020 and 23. Now, of course, it's a significant progress. We went from 177 to 110 to 172 indicators. Now, a little bit of projection of these trends. If we follow this trend, it shows whether we are going to get to specific indicators to the goals and thresholds we expect. This is a huge summary, if you wish, for the region, and there's innovation in this year's report because we have a broken down chart for some of the subregions, for all subregions, where we work in the region. So what do we see here? Here we can see that as a whole in the region, 61 targets, and the numbers and colors up there, which is 48% of the targets, they show a correct trend. This is what it's in yellow, but the rate of progress is sufficient to meet the proposed thresholds according to the estimates from the trends. We also see that only 31 targets, which accounts for 25% of the goals, have already been achieved or estimated to be reached if the trends from the last 7 years are followed, and 34 targets in red, accounting for 27%, show an evolution that moves them away from the proposed thresholds. Regionally, SDG where there's more setbacks is SDG 10, which is on reducing inequalities. I believe it is not a surprise. And those where there is apparently more progress, judging by the number of green targets, 3 on health and well-being, 12 on responsible production and consumption, 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure, and 15 on the life of terrestrial ecosystems, and 17 on partnerships. All of this is relative, but those numbers are. This is what the numbers are telling us now. Central America and Mexico, here the sub-region defined in that way is a little bit behind the rest of the region, 41 targets, accounting for 36%, with a trending away from meeting the proposed thresholds in red, The biggest setbacks are in SDG 10, once again reducing inequalities, but also number 3, health and well-being. 38 targets, 34% show a correct trend, but their rate of progress is insufficient. And 34 targets, 30% have already been achieved or estimated to reach the proposed threshold, with significant progress in SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy. This is for Central America alone. We'll skip this for the benefit of time. You'll see that there's interesting material later on, but it's in the report. South America. 35 targets, 31% have a trend, but distances the sub-region from meeting the proposed thresholds, particularly in the case of SDG 10, reducing inequalities, number 2, zero hunger, 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. 45 targets show a correct trend, but insufficient progress, and 32 targets have already been reached or are about to reach the proposed threshold, with significant progress in terms of health and well-being SDG and the one on affordable and clean energy. And in the Caribbean, 44 targets showing a trend that distances the sub-region from meeting the proposed threshold, which is particularly in the case of 17 in partnerships to achieve number 8 on decent work and economic growth, 3 on health and well-being, also gaps in number 10, reducing inequalities, and 12 on responsible production and consumption. 40 targets show the correct trend, but the rate of progress is insufficient. And 25 targets, 23% have already been reached or are estimated to reach the threshold. This is a summary table for everything, but we've already gone through this. Now, there's something interesting in the report, which is, of course, the specific objectives that is being discussed in this meeting, and there will be panels for that. But in a nutshell, SDG 6 proposes to guarantee access to water and sanitation. And as we can see on this chart, the more investment is needed in order to make sure about achieving this goal, the progress to access to this basic utility, which is goal number 6.1, and sanitation and hygiene, which is 6.2. We're using the numbers, whereas the increase in water quality, 6.3, are significant but insufficient, and there are millions of people without access. In fact, the data are showing 161 million people without water and 431 million people without sanitation. The proposals of recommendations follow the global acceleration of SDG 6 that includes, and then you see the list, increasing investment and financing for safe water management, strengthening water governance and institutions, including watershed management and a whole set of things, develop a greater capacities of public officials, especially those in local governments, strengthening production of information for decision making, and fostering innovation to improve water management. That is objective 6. There's more detail in the document, of course. In number 7, in goal 7, we see significant progress regarding universalization of access to energy services, which is 7.1 in green, and expansion of infrastructure and improved infrastructure technologies to provide modern and sustainable energy services, which is 7B. However, progress towards energy mix with more renewables are not sufficient. There's still challenges to boost energy transition and efficiency in order to boost the achievement of renewable. More investment needs to be encouraged in renewable energy. So, of course, these are proposals based on all the discussions that have been held in different fora and in our analysis. We need to boost for energy efficiency, which is 7.3, from public policy for investment, private investment. Also, one needs to link the productive development policies with a booster for new sustainable energies. This is an important aspect because the new renewable industry and distributed electromobility and green hydrogen is becoming a new growth driver and transformative driver for the economy that will contribute to creating jobs. But if this is connected with broader productive development and transformative policies, of course, it will be boosted. At the same time, this needs more international cooperation to facilitate access to research and technology regarding clean energy and renewable sources. And that is precisely the goal 7A, which is in red, showing even a setback that should be reversed because this is a very important enabling goal. That's why we're emphasizing here at ICLAC on the document we introduced, for example, for the Ibero-American Summit, and also we are preparing one to submit it to the European Union CELAC Summit in July. Not only regarding this topic, but in several of these topics so that we can clearly see in those dialogues of where the private sector will be present, where there's going to be discussion about economic affairs. We assume that not only the political agenda, but also discussing these realities and the importance of increasing international collaboration regarding all these areas. Goal number 9 shows significant progress, at least because of the indicators we see. 4 out of the 7 goals for which this information will be achieved in 2030, modernizing infrastructure, conversion of sustainable industries, as measured according to the reduced emissions by unit of value. Well, to be able to understand them, you need to see how they are being measured, because there could be some important details involved in that. Larger financial support and also technical and technological support measured by the official support internationally, supporting technological development measured through the proportion of the value added of the total added value, which is 9B, and increasing access to ICTs and internet measured by the proportion of population with the mobile coverage. That's where you see, for example, of course, good mobile network coverage, but we do not know in order to actually leverage internet. You need broadband connectivity, notebooks, or mobile phone is not enough for many of the applications. So one needs to consider that. As to the goal of increasing scientific research and improving technology capabilities in the industrial sector, although it's research and development expenditure has been increased, but the pace is insufficient to achieve goal number 9.5. Expenditure in R&D in Latin America region around 0.6% of GDP, from 3.4 from the US or 4.8 from Korea. The largest challenge in the region is in industrialization of employment and productivity growth, which is goal number 9.11. Given the early disindustrialization in the region, there's a whole discussion about it. However, we must start thinking about productive policies compared to other sectors. For example, modern services sector enabled through the internet with an increasing weight. There's a whole revolution and explosion of e-trade, etc., and the modern sophisticated primary sectors. So this is an invitation for this goal to promote industrialization, inclusive industrialization, but it is also important in the conditions of the world to see in Industry 4.0 in agriculture, but that means also applicable to services. Objective number 11, goal 11. The region, 8 out of 10 people live in cities. We are the most urbanized region in the world. Unfortunately, information available regarding SDG 11 is limited. Progress for the region is insufficient. The 3 goals show the correct trends, but the progress is way too slow to achieve the thresholds for 2030, as you can see here on this slide. Population living in precarious settlements has been reduced in relative terms, which is goal 11.1. But this progress has been stagnant in the future scenarios concerning factors such as increased construction costs, lower access to credit, and difficulties of long-term credit, the lack of budget space, all conspires against access to housing on the part of the lower-income households. Access to sustainable public transportation, which is 11.2, constitutes one of the biggest challenges in the region. We can see that time losses and the negative repercussions of quality of life and productivity have a disproportionate impact on lower income households. This is also low productivity for the region. Also, it is important to increase efforts to reduce economic and human losses related to disasters, which is 11.5. Air quality in cities, 11.6, has improved. However, progress is insufficient to be able to achieve adequate air quality levels, according to what WHO has indicated. And finally, goal number 17. It is important to make a bigger effort. It is really important in these partnerships. We will make progress. We've done a lot, but we need many more resources dealing with international financial architecture. We know that many institutions are working, and we ourselves need fiscal and planning need support. In this context, we need to adopt a strategic vision of public expenditure, favoring investment with the highest environmental, social, and economic benefits. Regarding 17.2 and 17.3, mobilization of additional financing. This is insufficient. It's part of the compensation banks, recapitalization of the regional development banks. It's a challenge, etc. So I'll stop there. There's a lot of detail about this topic. And in order to close now, regarding this look into the future, first, let me remind you that, of course, we still have the crisis after the pandemic and cascading crisis, and all this invites us to double our efforts. And we see other significant shocks and crises that are unexpected. In spite of that, the fact that we have made progress in the institutional arrangement in order to hold this conversation, such as this meeting, it's quite self-explanatory, and everything that has been done in the country. However, regarding how the report talks about two main topics. The topic that is part of the United Nations work and is one of the fundamental aspects of the conversation, which is really part of the SDG summit in September, from Amina Mohammed, is the transformative initiatives. We need initiatives that gather different stakeholders with a vision, with high impact, that favor structural transformations. And we've been discussing that. We need more creativity, and it's not only about creativity, but also gathering efforts and resources at the same time. In the document, we identify 7 transformative initiatives that I will introduce very soon. And the second topic is all this issue about foresight, thinking of the future. A common agenda from the Secretary General invites to introduce the long-term perspective in all analysis and discussion regarding public policy globally and nationally. There's encouragement to strengthen innovative policies in states that enable transformation of the structures. And in the report, we discuss the great importance of this topic in Latin America. One of the weaknesses, talking about institutional strengths and weaknesses, is the lack of spaces for dialogue to do this foresight exercises, but also contribute a lot to be able to develop consensus by involving very diverse sectors. So, 7 transformative initiatives that we introduced are the ones you see there: economy, sustainable tourism, digital transformation, regional economic integration, society of care, gender equality, energy transition, related industries, exporting of internet-enabled modern services. I was going to give you an example or explanation of each one of them, but I'm not going to do it. I think it's better to leave some time for dialogue. There's a section explaining why we see this huge potential, even with examples in each one of these areas. Of course, they are not the only ones. This is just an example, but the idea was to do an exercise of looking at certain areas that have significant impact, especially if they are scaled have enough. There are important wages in the future and transformative initiatives. And also to say, once again, that that list that you see there in the circles of initiatives, of course, has a series of links with SDGs. There are synergies to be leveraged. These are not silos, but these are policies that very powerfully connected to different SDGs. That's why they are able to actually change several aspects of several SDGs at the same time. Regarding foresight, well, there's a story in these things. As I said, there's a classic conversation in Latin America of the lack of continuity among administrations. We don't have a long-term view. And as we know, all SDGs, without an exception, do require cumulative effect for at least 1 or 2 decades. These dials do not change in 2 or 3 years or 5 years. So they do need a continuity. And the issue of dialogue regarding future thinking, which is precisely the type of dialogue that the SDG agenda has created. We did not, in Latin America, there was no systematic exercise like this. Everything that we've been writing regarding building institutional capabilities and also to build those spaces of talking to so many sectors in civil society, private sector, etc. So the idea here and the argument we put on the table is that we need to strengthen foresight. It is quite relevant, by the way, especially when we consider, I'm now delving into a more political arena now, the polarization situation, active and demanding citizenship, and those kinds of things can be discussed only through social media. Precisely, social media are not a good venue to discuss those topics, of course. With conflicting visions of the countries, political, ideological ups and downs. So in that context, this proposal for strengthening our discussion spaces regarding the future as the SDGs is fundamental, and the whole issue of intertemporal coordination also. We are approaching 2030. 2030 is not long term, is the medium term, really, and in 3 more years is going to be short term. So we need to start thinking what are we going to do after 2030. So we need to think of 2050 maybe. So
the idea, therefore, is to take advantage of SDGs in order to agree on state policies through the development of foresight. So we must step on the gas. And this is all part of our common agenda that talks about a new foresight internationally in the Summit of the Future, future labs, future generations in information. I think these are very important topics, speeding up, and topics such as foresight are very much a part of it. They are important conversations that we've had in this. As I said, foresight is very important for this kind of thing. And this is all part of the document. And to summarize, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that we are in a development crisis in the midst of a lost decade. And as we said, it's a sad reality. And we're midway through the period. And an important part of SDGs are going farther away to the goals that have been agreed on. And once more, we require transforming initiatives that are bold and in exceptional times, we need exceptional efforts. And the summit in both summits that we have in September and the one for the future next year are opportunities so the region may take up effective decisions to speed the pace in meeting SDGs. And with that, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Jose Manuel. Congratulations for this presentation. This gives us enough input in order to articulate in this forum, but also to grant continuity to what's been said. That is planning. We want, in many of our countries, to be strategic in terms of the 2030 agenda and in following up on sustainable development goals. And we know that we must have a successful ideal planning for the development of public policies in each of the countries in the region. That is what today each delegation is here to show and to submit through the reports that were submitted during these years. And actually having in mind the importance of speeding up, as Jose Manuel well said in this document. We only have 7 years until 2030. We must have that in mind. And we have had difficult processes in all countries throughout the world. And one of the most difficult ones certainly was the pandemic that made each country and each government to adopt different measures in terms of the urgency, but they also have to think of the long term. Many of the countries, in spite of the backlash because of pandemic, have made progress in many of the goals, as was also seen in this document. Congratulations, therefore. And now we will hand over to all of the delegations who wish to make any kind of contribution. And we will be here until 12 midday. Allow me to offer the floor to any delegation who may wish to make comments on this document that we just heard from the hands of our Secretary, General Secretary. I have a list of speakers. We would immediately give the floor to Chile, Ecuador, Brazil, Argentina, Costa Rica, and Colombia. And I will ask each speaker to raise your ID to see who will continue. We will try to be punctual. Only 7 minutes per speaker. As I said, we'll be here until midday, but don't worry, because if someone has asked the floor, we will be able to hold that list until 4 o'clock when we will be resuming these presentations. So the first delegation to hold the floor is Chile. Good morning. I would like to make a few comments, and I also apologize because as I finish my words and comments, I will have to leave the meeting. The 2030 agenda towards sustainable development is also an opportunity for more economic growth and a tool to plan in our countries. Chile participated in the negotiation of this agenda and has made progress in this topic, although the pandemic and economic constraints because of the environmental crisis and the geopolitical crisis have affected our implementation, as in most countries, I believe. In your countries, things were pretty similar, so I won't go on into the negative effects of the pandemic and lockdown. The results in the poverty, in wages, in young boys and girls, in tourism and employment, and in unpaid domestic work, in the machistic societies, in social protections, and in health, amongst others. All of the details of the impact of the pandemic and the SDG will be found in a report that we published last year. And it has been uploaded in our website. But I would like to remind you all that in the rest of the world, the pandemic showed that the inequalities and the weaknesses of all countries in terms of health, economic fields, social and financial fields. For example, inequality in the access to vaccination, in the capability to support the population during the pandemic, and the financial sustainability of these measures. Overcoming that situation of the pandemic must be sustainable, inclusive, and resilient in our countries. And that means we must strengthen multilateral actions and the mechanism for international cooperation to fund the measures that will allow us to also face future crises. Having that in mind, on the first meeting for the implementation of SDG towards sustainable development of the current administration held in May last year, we agreed to foster once more the implementation and national appropriation of this roadmap through different actions. Amongst these are the creation of the national strategy for the implementation of that agenda. We are happy to have a strategy for that implementation, and it's because it has been a participative effort, and that means that we have included all regions and sectors and population groups in the country in order to identify what are the common concerns and the actions to be adopted in order to reach our goal. The process is a show of our commitment to work with collaboration involving all sectors. It is also an invitation to continue forward. Facing this challenge requires the participation of all of us, the members of society. This historical process in Chile has involved more than 2,000 persons and organizations, part of the dialogue mechanisms that we have set in to play. And this is proof of the political will of the current administration to define with democracy the roadmap towards the sustainable development. Chile offers our experience, and we show that we can design a national strategy for the implementation of this global agenda based on full local participation. Now, in terms of the program, we have emphasized the initiatives that are part of the government program of our administration. Many of these are related to one or several SDGs. Amongst the measures, we can talk about the national system for support and care, so that there will be joint responsibility for that care that nowadays falls on women. And we also wish to have a cross-cutting program towards the environment, and this has to do with the follow-up of the instruments under the law on climate change. And finally, we are expanding public measures to have better jobs with better conditions and in strategic fields. In order to ensure its sustainability, the strategies focus of partnerships between key stakeholders in order to meet these goals and to encourage organizations to work together towards common goals. In order to go forward in a territorial implementation of SDGs, we will create regional councils towards sustainable development. And that will mean a space for this commitment to collaboration between local stakeholders. At the same time, we'll be improving access to information by citizens and all stakeholders in order to have a well-informed society, so as to we can go forward. And we'll also look for the exchange of experiences having to do with implementation of SDGs. As we face more complex challenges, we must continue with our efforts to have a fair, sustainable world for all. This has always been difficult, but after the pandemic, this task is gigantic. Each country on its own will not be able to do so. So we urge the international community to continue working together in collaboration and with the other players of society in order to go forward in this endeavor. Each step in that direction will make a big difference for the current and future generations. Let us continue leaving no one behind. Thank you. Thank you. And we now give the floor to Ecuador. Good morning. I bring greetings from the government of Ecuador, especially from Mr. Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, the president. A few months ago, over here in this forum, we talked about citizen participation. And the open state. And at Ecuador, we mentioned our experience in the vaccination program during the pandemic. In the midst of the chaos during those days, the new administration set up an ambitious vaccination plan using the electoral information in order to know the dates of vaccination for each one. The idea was to save lives and to promote economic activity. I will bring to you today our experience in the implementation of the National Vaccination Plan 900 and the impact that this public intervention had in the lives of our citizens. Next. Undoubtedly, COVID-19 brought the greatest challenge ever faced by the world in the last few years. In Ecuador, during the change of office and when the current president took office, we had different situations because of the lockdown. Thousands of businesses had to shut their doors and thousands of Ecuadorians had lost relatives. Coming into a country with the largest amount of people dying because of the pandemic, the new administration decided to change the system and it set up an ambitious task to vaccinate the 9 million citizens in the first 100 days of office. And that would involve 50% of our population in Ecuador. Next. Nowadays, 1 year after the end of that plan, we can state that the government responded correctly to that emergency. Lives were saved, we reduced a contagion, and we were able to reactivate the economy. And that was done through what is known as the successful vaccination plan that allows us to get over the nightmare of the pandemic in only 100 days. In order to understand the impact of the National Vaccination Plan in Ecuador, the National Secretariat on Planning, the institution I here represent, together with the Health Ministry, assessed that intervention. It was done through 3 questions in order to find out the effect of that vaccination in the lives of our people. So this was an impact assessment of our plan. Now, once that evaluation was done, we are able to assess the tremendous impact of this plan had on the health emergency and on the reactivation of our economy, setting up a before and after in our country. As I said, this evaluation was conducted through 3 questions. The first one, what is the effect of the vaccination over mortality rate and the contagion per 10,000 inhabitants? The second, what is the relation between vaccination, the social and economic variables of the country? And the third question, what are the weaknesses and strong points of this important public policy? Let's start with the first question. What is the effect of vaccination over mortality rates and contagion per 100,000 inhabitants. In order to measure this, a quasi-experimental system was invented in order to find out the drop of mortality. And this was made through different age groups. In order to only identify that reduction that was due to the vaccination plan, the results proved positive. In terms of mortality, there was a strong reduction in several age groups. And after 1 month of this implementation, the greatest reduction in mortality rates was recorded amongst the longer living age groups. For the people from 63 up to 67 years of age, the mortality went from an average of 2.1% down to 0.5%. As to contagion, we showed similar results and even more relevant. For starters, we found that the youngest age groups showed less contagion thanks to the vaccination. For example, people between 14 and 18 years of age went from 40% contagion down to 33%. And this is only an example of the strong reduction in other age groups. These involved saving thousands of lives. The public health system was made more efficient, and we're also able to activate the economy in different sectors. Following these lines, the planning ministry set up another goal, and it is to find a relation between the different moments of the pandemic and the economic activity of the country. Different statistical calculations were made to identify the shocks in the different economic variables that were assessed, such as GDP, tax collection, and the different most important sectors in terms of sales. In the first two variables, we noticed that at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a negative slowdown in our economic activity as measured by GDP. And this collapse is closely related to the drop in tax collection. And this certainly limited the fiscal capability of the country and its response to the needs of citizens. But relaxing the tax incentives brought a positive leap in December of economic activity. We must mention that after the plan, we have not shown any other structural breakdowns, even though there was a new COVID contagion. And that means, though, that we were not able to have any slowdown of our economic activity. Now, the main results of the activity in trade, mining, and others, we saw also that there was a negative impact in the beginning of the pandemic, and there was a positive leak that they had when the restrictions were lifted.
I would like to remind you the time so that we can have all the delegations at the same time allocated, please. Regarding the vaccination plan 9/11, there was a model developed in order to have the full vaccination scheme for Ecuadorians with different demographic characteristics. So with this information, we put together the profiles of individuals with higher or lower likelihood of getting the vaccination in order to extrapolate this to other types of policies. So women with postgraduate level education, high incomes, and appropriate job, and who lived in the capital are the people that have the largest probability of being vaccinated, whereas Black or indigenous men with low levels of income who lived in the Ecuadorian Amazon are the ones with the lowest probability of getting vaccinated. Then we looked at the strengths and weaknesses of the plan. The good coordination of the stakeholders, the availability of the vaccination, and also the inclusive approach are the most important qualities to be highlighted. On the other hand, the challenges to be overcome, like, for example, fighting against fake news, the intercultural reality for the different sectors, also transportation and access to these sectors. After having analyzed all of the questions by the planning secretariat, we can conclude that the vaccination was a success. It achieved its goal of overcoming the negative effects of the pandemic on the health and the economy of the Ecuadorians by bringing together the support from multiple stakeholders. This was a leadership exercise that allowed for Ecuador to be in the international media. Not as one of the countries that was hit the hardest, but rather like the country that overcame the nightmare of the pandemic in 100 days. Thank you very much. Thank you, and I would like to emphasize, please, let's try and stick to the 7 minutes allocated. Now, Brazil.
Madam Chair, I will be speaking. Chair, I will be speaking in English because I do know there is a simultaneous interpretation. I will immediately congratulate ECLAC and its Executive Secretary, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, and Luis Yanez, and you, Madam, as Chair of the Council for the Coordination of Social Policies from Argentina, and chairperson of this very important meeting. Brazil greets ECLAC for its growing efforts in assessing the dynamics of the progress that has been achieved in the region as implementation of SDGs. Currently, the situation, though, has become even more complex, as we have just heard by the Executive Secretary in his earlier presentation. The report on the progress and the challenges faced by the 2030 Agenda towards Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean that was submitted today shows that our challenges have grown. The multi-sectorial effects of pandemic have made it even more difficult to get the region to make headway towards meeting these goals. As a result, we have been forced to implement different measures that have brought in setbacks in our endeavors. And we must also reinforce the positive trends in its implementation. Progress has been made. We must speed up progress, though, in order to meet those goals by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that Brazil is fully committed towards this sustainable development in all social, environmental, and economic dimensions, as well as in its integrality towards sustainable development. The Brazilian government has created governance structures in order to aid the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The Secretariat of the Presidency will create a group that will be devoted to coordinate the government efforts towards that end. We are now recreating the National Commission of SDGs. It also includes representatives from civil society, from private sector, and the academia. The Foreign Affairs Ministry created a Secretariat on Climate, Energy, and the Environment. And we find the General Coordination for Sustainable Development that has been here represented by 2 diplomats. Several ministries are equally creating structures devoted to this same matter. Our activity has contributed to that effort, especially in the construction of national and local indicators towards SDGs. We have also started measuring the status of its implementation in the country. Outstanding examples are in annual publication of the report that has been made by the working group, as well as dissemination of the index of Sustainable Cities Index, and that is part of the sustainable cities efforts and campaigns to raise awareness of this effort among civil society. We're also trying to disseminate the conquest for a wider audience, making it easier for civil society and local governments to track down the status in terms of the implementation of the 2030 agenda. But as we all heard from the executive secretary, much remains to be done before 2030. And here, cooperation with our neighbors in Latin America and the Caribbean is essential so that best practices in the region may be shared because we have common problems, and this will help us in our domestic efforts. We must go forward together, leaving no one behind. Amongst the different institutions that our government have as related to the 2030 agenda, the Osvaldo Cruz Foundation is outstanding because it offers social technology that has a great impact on the 7 Sustainable Development Goals. That is an institution that is related to the health ministry, Avilo Cruz. It promotes health and social development in creating and knowledge technology, and it's one of the most outstanding institutions having to do with science and technology in Latin America. And I'd like to stick to my 7 minutes, but I will bring here the representative from the Paulo Cruz Institute to express a few words in showing the work done by Pio Cruz Institute. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. I thank Ambassador Paulo Carceto for the kind words related to our institution. And this is a great chance to participate in this forum on sustainable development. It is with great concern that I may say that the impact of COVID was especially negative at ALAC because of the structural weaknesses that were produced by the economic crisis, social inequality, and problems in the productive base. The pandemic was a tragedy, but it also brought opportunities to rebuild the world towards sustainable development and in I would like to emphasize the Pio Cruz Institution, and there are 2 lessons that we learned during COVID-19. Health, with individual and collective rights, is one of the most dynamic areas of development, responding to 10% of the global GDP. Once more, it showed that it must be based on an inclusive project. In turn, we also realized that production and innovation and the virtuous system with the public policies are necessary to overcome these tremendous crises. The construction of a citizen awareness and the setting up of the National Science Council was something that brought in the chance to reimagine the world of science, the future of science as a political public tool. These are essential in order to obtain this virtuous interaction. And I close in quoting Antonio Guterres. Finally, when we are able to overcome this crisis, and by then we will have a choice. We can go back to the world that it was before the pandemic, or we can decisively deal with these issues that make us very vulnerable to crisis. Our path is the 2030 agenda and the 7 and all of the goals related to sustainable development. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And now we will continue by giving the floor to Argentina. Well, good morning, everybody. Dear Chair, it's a pleasure And I'm very proud that our country, Argentina, is precisely chairing this important forum for our countries in Latin America. Thank you so very much, dear colleague, Ambassador Luciana Tito, from the Chancellor's Office, and also Marlita Esquer, Ambassador, who is the Ambassador before the United Nations for the Republic of Argentina. All the Argentinians that are here present, too, big hugs from the bottom of my heart, especially to those who have made an important effort from the civil society to be here present in this important forum, as was said at the very beginning, for our region. The pandemic, we've already talked about it, but I'm going to speak mostly from the heart and what it has meant for my country and the huge effort that our country has undertaken and our president, Alberto Fernandez, has taken on with all the national team in order to overcome this huge catastrophe that went from the health world that has impacted us in many different structures, not only in the country, but also in the world. So Argentina, as many of the countries that are here, where we had a big debt, it took us with big structural problems on the health aid area, educational area, and social areas. And we could not look aside. Yet Argentina still wanted to privilege, trying to overcome difficult situations like social justice. The Chancellor was saying this earlier on today, all of the topic related with people's daily lives. And I don't want to go into the details here because there's so much that has been written about the 2030 agenda, the pandemic, and the post-pandemic en cada una de nuestras páginas de gobierno. Quiero decir puntualmente sobre lo que nos están preguntando acá, ¿cómo vamos a acelerar para recuperarnos después de la pandemia? Y no podemos acelerar la Agenda 2030 y pensar un mundo mejor o pensar una estrategia para el desarrollo sostenible si no construimos estrategias colectivas en conjuntos para poder fortalecer, poder hacer que nadie to strengthen this and to make sure that no one is left behind. So in this sense, as a priority, I want to talk about three important topics. Thinking about the global part, we cannot look aside after attending this forum, the United Nations, for the high-level forum, and also for the Sustainable Summit, what the role of Latin America is on how to accelerate recovery and what the United Nations systems will do in order to help us all to accelerate this and to make sure that those countries that have the biggest possibility or that have the biggest power can help those developing countries in order to make sure that no one is left behind. Because as the Pope says, no one can save themselves. We have to do it together. And in Latin America, we have to take this to the high-level forum, and we need to take this also to the 2030 Agenda Summit, making sure that our countries are made visible. We really want to emphasize these. On regional matters, Argentina, as the Chancellor has also said, and as other colleagues of mine have also said, I just listened to Chile. I also heard the presentations from Brazil. We have been working with other countries, and we really want to move forward. We thought about putting a side event together to try to strengthen the relationships and dynamics together, Chile, Argentina, and Brazil. We have developed many other joint strategies and shared best practices. So how can we share those best practices? Los países tienen similitudes, tienen verdaderamente similitudes y tienen diferentes posibilidades de encarar las cuestiones y a nosotros nos sirven también como para poder hacerlas en nuestros países. Venimos desarrollando gracias al Sistema de Naciones Unidas. Acá creo que estaba presente Claudia Mojica, que es nuestra coordinadora residente en la Argentina. Veníamos a través de su acompañamiento haciendo como Estado argentino junto a Bolivia y Paraguay un fortalecimiento en función del Gran Chaco Americano. Eso se convirtió en talleres que han permitido fortalecer las relaciones, poder pensar herramientas en conjunto y poder trabajar de forma mancomunada. Creo que vamos a repetir ese evento dentro de muy poco en la República Argentina. Es importante y preciso que podamos así hacerlo. También le hemos pedido también a algunos amigos, habíamos comenzado algunas conversaciones anteriores con México. Acá está Ana, que también la veo, que la idea también es poder trabajar en una visión norte-sur argentina. In a north-south relationship so that we can share best practices. What I'm trying to say with this is that our countries in Latin America have similarities, and it's very important for us to share these so that we can have solidarity, so that we can address the goals. On territorial topics, which is one of the things that I really like a lot, I think we're headed in the right direction. Argentina has all of its jurisdiction working in the 2030 agenda. We are a federal country, and this federal country has been working in all jurisdictions. We're about to sign with the city and the province of San Luis to make sure that they become also a part of the implementation of the 2030 agenda. And we also believe that it's very important to work in different regions. So with the UNDP project, and Claudio Tomas, who represents UNDP in Argentina, we have been working, but in order for us to have regions set up with 4 core points before the end of the year, having that implemented so that we can accelerate the post-COVID pandemic recovery. But we cannot do this if we are not able to bring together and to lead an open solidarity process where we have an important role being played by the academia, public and private sector, but also civil society. Civil society in Argentina is playing a key role. Now, it doesn't always have to do with the state from the support. It is because they have an initiative of their own. We have a civil society that is fully committed to a 2030 agenda, and we believe in sustainable development. So it's very important that in the territorial processes, just as the academia must be present, local governments must be present, public and private sectors must be present, undoubtedly, civil society must have a key role in there. But I'm talking about a civil society that truly speaks for the interest of the neighborhoods and the neighbors and the inhabitants of our territory. We always get a question asked, and it's important to ask ourselves the following question as part of the United Nations and the United Nations system. Just as we saw in the presentation from the ECLAC's executive secretary, the question is, how are they going to help us? It's very important for us to ask ourselves this question because international cooperation does have to play an important role. As I have said in other situations, it is important to have international cooperation well organized to make sure that those who need it the most have access to it, so that international cooperation can do things that people actually need. Otherwise, cooperation ends, and it's simply counseling, advising sessions, but they don't really end up changing people's life, which is what we want in order to make sure that no one is left behind. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Matthias. I second Matthias's comments. I find myself presiding over an organization that is doing this work in our country, that also articulates with international organizations of being key partners for us as a nation state. Following up this initiative through different strategies that for sure during the afternoon session we'll continue to discuss. We're now going to offer the floor to Costa Rica. Good morning. I'd like to greet dear members of the group. If we have learned something during this very tough years of the pandemic, that's the only way of comprehensively addressing global challenges that we face is through multilateral partnerships. This space allows us to strengthen the consensus in our region and to position our needs in the global discussion regarding the future of recovery two important elements that we'd like to highlight are the following: the interdependence between development and the realization of human rights, as well as the importance of the people's center approach and the understanding of development as a multidimensional and gradual process in which we must consider structural gaps that require the support of the international community to be overcome. Just like the rest of the countries, Costa Rica was strongly impacted by a COVID pandemic as of 2020. Economy shrank at least 3.4% of the unemployment rate, which stayed at 10%, and reached 20%. And the average number of households that went into poverty reached high levels, so there are significant improvement levels. Recovery seems to be slow, and that has a huge impact on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. In March 2023, interannual inflation was 4.42%. That, to a large extent, was explained by external factors added to the fiscal deficit that is being faced for more than 10 years, and to investment restrictions that needed for the organization of finances. So some of the actions to promote progressive recovery were addressed to the provision of preferential credit to the most affected sectors. We also addressed the simplification of remedies for production, the diagnostic of labor market needs in order to improve technical training, and productive change of companies in the national ecosystem with exporting firms and from duty-free zones. The roadmap was developed for the recovery of tourism, one of the hardest hit by the pandemic, and at the same time one of those most important in the generation or creation of revenue and jobs. The national development plans, policies, and interinstitutional programming connect the SDG agenda, so that efforts are made in the country to achieve the goals and indicators. In this way, we'll be working on aspects such as strengthening the actions to improve productivity and competitiveness factors of the different job-creating activities in the different regions of the country, strengthening the efforts to multiply the benefits generated in the exporting sector to the rest of Costa Rican economy by strengthening support programs for SMEs, strengthening efficient allocation of resources to social programs to fight poverty, to keep the commitment of price stability and to strengthen sustainability of public finances in order to keep a macroeconomic environment that is favorable to economic growth and job creation, reducing the expenditure with a larger degree of cost of funding, and being able to strengthen investment in areas such as education, safety, vulnerable groups, and public investment. Now, as to healthcare, Caja Costarricense of Social Security works in ensuring the financial stability of the different conditions and looking for more control of the delinquency of independent workers that are allowed to go back to indicators prior to the pandemic. Also, strengthening of sustainability of healthcare insurance in order to increase investment on infrastructure, equipment, and strengthening service modalities. It is also important efforts are being made in guaranteeing continuity of patients care for COVID patients and to continue to vaccinate the population. Besides strengthening the healthcare services and the first level of service, integrating healthcare promotion and disease prevention. Costa Rica has proposed in the long term to be a country with a 3D economy, decentralized, digitized, and decarbonized. To do that, we have proposed establishing 12 development poles along its territory, of which 6 of them are located in coastal areas. These zones provide geographic assets that make them very adequate for blue economy activities and also innovation economy, fundamental aspects to keep sea-related livelihoods to open up to blue carbon reserves across coastal areas to be more resilient to climate change, and offering biodiversity resources for marine, pharmacological, and biotechnology products. Likewise, such approach focuses on regenerative agriculture, that is to say, focused on a holistic system in farming that will foster continuous innovation for the population's well-being and the planet's well-being. In Costa Rica and the rest of the countries in our region, we need to overcome the trap of the average income, middle income, to get out of poverty and inequality standards. Therefore, that we need larger degrees of productivity, larger attraction for direct foreign investment, and also to achieve an increase resources coming from international cooperation in order to accelerate recovery of our country, to cater to the existing gaps, and to make progress in the implementation of the agenda, the 2030 agenda. One of the biggest challenges that our region faces, the most affected by the pandemic, just as indicated by ICLAC, is to cause that this journey towards development, nobody's left behind. So that for reconstruction to be sustainable, inclusive, and resilient, social compacts in the long term must be achieved through the engagement and dialogue that will allow us to make progress in a agenda towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. As stated by the report presented by the Executive Secretary of ICLAC, in order to leverage public and private capabilities that have been created, one must change the way in which we do public policy and also introduce perspective of the future. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. And now we'll offer the floor to Colombia. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the chair. First of all, I'd like to greet and extend our thankfulness to you and to the ICLAC's Executive Secretary and the team for organizing this forum and the presentation of the report. We have taken note of those recommendations for the actions that as a government, we must develop for the advancement of the 2030 agenda. COVID-19 overlapping crises we face have created a significant setback in the implementation of SDGs worldwide, as we have expressed here this morning. We're facing an immediate threat that we cannot do. From the national government, we are aware of this, and that in order to avoid that terrible scenario, we need to go beyond the 2030 agenda to generate the social transformations that are needed by our region. ICLAC must be strengthened as the right place to generate a new sustainable development effort that does away with extractivism and that focuses on decarbonized economies that will strengthen natural resources and the renewable energies that are abundant in our region. As the Minister Santiago Cafiero mentioned, Latin America has the huge wealth of minerals and renewable energies that allows us to build this new society. The climate crisis demands that we should guarantee the rights to life and to nature if we want to really generate sustainable development. That is why we need to strengthen reforms and policies focused on that goal by the regional governments, as well as to strengthen regional integration. The government of change has the commitment to overcome poverty and inequality. one of the worst and most cruel legacies in our region, and which we can that cannot be neglected. It is absolutely necessary to build decarbonized economies in the short term based on clean energies in order to find our own Latin American industrialization and prosperity. In order to do that, we must articulate ourselves as a region and to jointly leverage the regional wealth that will open up a new path to economic development and social transformation in Latin America. The Colombian government is headed by President Gustavo Petro, understands the needs of the Colombian population in the whole region and all territories. That's why our proposal of national development plan was built based on social dialogue, and its objective is to position Colombia as a world power of life through the generation of a new social contract for coexistence of all diversities in the country with a face of a multicolor face. Please count on the support that our country can provide in order to generate the transformative changes in Latin America and the Caribbean in order to satisfactorily achieve the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sticking to the agenda. Now we'll offer the floor to Panama.
Buenas tardes.
Good morning, dear delegates. For the post-pandemic recovery and the full implementation of the 2030 agenda, the main element is the will to overcome challenges and historical inequalities that have been worsened by COVID-19 and that have endangered the achievement of the SDGs. This meeting organized by ECLAC is the evidence that in order to continue to build more sustainable societies for future generations, we must share the lessons learned in terms of how, from our own countries, we have taken on the multidimensional nature of the challenges we face with different mechanisms, processes, and resources. 8 years after the 2030 agenda was adopted, and even during the recovery process after the health crisis, Panama started National Strategy Plan Colmena as an accelerated mechanism towards the sustainable development goals. And besides, we've adopted the road to new normality, which meant implementing the Plan for Economic Recovery and Plan Panama Solidario to achieve acceptable levels of socioeconomic stability in the country. The strategy to new normality, together with resilience and diversification of national economy, has been recognized by rating agencies and international organizations. So during 2022 in Panama, the actual GDP showed a 10.8% of growth rate, being one of the highest in the region. Through Panama Solidario, we've been able to guarantee a protection basis and a social alleviation to the sectors affected by the pandemic that has been recognized by ECLAC and FAO reports showing that in spite of the pandemic in Panama, we were able to reduce extreme poverty and to avoid the increase of hunger, just like the progress in the digital transformation field. We've been working actively to achieve national agreements regarding food matters, such as the objective of building a food system to meet human development of the population and to allow economic retributions to all stakeholders along the chain, which is a sine qua non condition to achieve the SDGs. Panama has been working comprehensively, articulating alliances and partnerships, understanding that a key factor in accelerating the recovery process is the joint effort of all sectors. For the proposals of the private sector, for economic reactivation that we develop together with representative trade associations of the national economy. As to social protection programs that we do through the monetary transfer systems, we directly benefit between 2020 and 2022. An average of 190,000 people benefited, considering the programs in order to reverse the impact on the population. Panama recognizes the importance of opening up a dialogue and engagement of multiple sectors at all levels to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda, as it was the Pacto Bicentenario Cerrando Brechas, in which all the population, senior citizens, Afro-descendants, indigenous people, peoples with disability, children, contributed to a collective construction of 175,000 citizens initiatives of all the territories in the country. In terms of structural transformations for implementing the 2030 agenda, we've developed governance frameworks, coordination and measurement mechanisms, strengthening the national statistics system to improve the mapping of indicators and to build institutional capabilities. The drive for public policy for reducing inequality between men and women is strengthened due to its institutional arrangement by creating the Ministry of Women, which is also supplemented by the positioning of the creation through the bill that will create a national care system and the implementation of the Territorios que Cuidan initiative as the first local care management system, laying the foundation for a new compact and social organization of care that will foster co-responsibility at the state level and also at the family, a business level, and community level. On the other hand, I'd like to talk about our wager as a country in order to accelerate the 2030 agenda. The national strategy called Plan Colmena that intends to apply the SDGs to the territories by making implementation of universal policy more robust in the different territories, strengthening local governments, incentivizing citizens' participation so that they become stakeholders in their own development. All institutions working together and in coordination to achieve better results. The Plan Colmena strategy, which is legal now, lays the foundation so that we can accelerate the process in the achievement of the SDG 2030 agenda by prioritizing the 300 most vulnerable districts in our country according to the multidimensional poverty index, especially in what we call the rural and indigenous Panama. Plan Colmena has a Colmena block that was developed according to the government by President Laurentino Tizocoan, and this SDG with a focus on the territories. The main pillar of this clock is teamwork aligned and synchronized with efforts of the central government, companies, the academia, communities, by strengthening and empowering citizens' engagement. This clock has 12 areas of intervention that consider early childhood, healthcare, education, the revenue-creating activities committed with transforming our country. Through Colmena, we have conducted more than 195 community consultations nationwide in which we highlight the engagement of women, senior citizens, and organizations that have social leadership and local leadership that contributed with the basis for the construction of provincial action plans that are implemented and through which we connect more than 7,122 institutional offerings.
Okay. And likewise, we created the goal for Colmena labeling in order to show the investment that was needed in order to encourage a budget to the Colmena plan. So this is a budget that was made according to outcomes. We have also shown action to consolidate SDGs in the private sector, civil society, and academia. We developed the recognition of good practices from the SDG stamp, which for 2 years has recognized 280 initiatives towards that goal. Another essential dimension has been the environment, and thus we have a full commitment to maintain our condition as one of the 3 countries in the world that has been certified as carbon negative, aside from the recognition in being chosen one of the global champions in terms of the high-level dialogue in terms of energy at UN. And finally, lastly, I'd like to say that Panama is preparing for its 3rd voluntary report. Thus, we will show the status of the SDGs, and that is why the social cabinet is exchanging experiences with all sectors under the national statistical system, civil society, as well as UN allies in Panama. Our region is still going through difficult times. We are aware that the 2030 agenda demands many efforts and adjustments in order to go into full implementation. Today, it is a must that everyone in multilateral means as well, government, civil society, private sector, regional, international agencies must reinforce the bridges in order to have inclusion, equality, thus making sure that no one will be left behind. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. And we only have 30 minutes to finish off this. As a result, we immediately.
Muchas gracias a la presidencia de la reunión, estimado secretario ejecutivo de la CEPAL. Es un honor para nosotros estar acá. La delegación de Cuba.
It is an honor for us to be here. Thank you very much for your attention. We wish to congratulate ECLAC and Argentina's pro tempore chair on occasion of this 6th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and Caribbean on Sustainable Development. We also thank for the report submitted on the status and challenges of the region in meeting SDGs. We have taken note of the recommendations that were posed, and these coincide with the goals that we have as part of our own development plan up to 2030. The current situation demands keeping a decisive role at ECLAC for the efforts to support the efforts of other countries in the region. We believe that the Commission should continue being a serious, proactive interlocutor of the priorities of Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of sustainable development. Your Excellencies, for Cuba, the several international challenges have been made worse by the commercial and financial blockades that have been imposed by the U.S. government against Cuba for more than 60 years now. And this has been made even more harsh because of the pandemic. This impact has been reinforced by arbitrary intention so that Cuba may be stated as a sponsor of terrorism. This measure affects all of the economic and social sectors in that country, and it even makes it more difficult for Cuba to be a part of a foreign trade, to hold financial negotiations, and to buy basic commodities for our population. Delegates, the country has shown progress after submitting its first voluntary report in 21. These results have been affected, though, by the pandemic and the recovery. When talking about the availability of water and sanitation for all, the access of population to these basic services is considered strategic for the nation. The interventions in the country are seen through the comprehensive hydraulic development plan as aligned by SDGs and the National Development Plan. But many challenges are faced because of the climate crisis and the drought. As our neighbor countries in the Caribbean, we need more access to foreign financing and new technologies that may be favorable. In terms of clean energy, we promote renewables as of the public policy for the development of renewable sources and efficient use of energy 2014-30. We hope to increase the generation from 4% up to 32% by 2030. And we see greater use of solar energy in my country. That goal has also been seriously affected because of the obstacles of the blockage and the lack of foreign financing. And this is also affecting our industrialization, and this is in the hands of a policy that aims at contributing our industry and as share of GDP. And we are trying to introduce the circular economy principles in the country and the promotion of clean energy and energy efficiency. In view of the challenges, CUMA promotes the effective use of science, technology, and innovation in our country, and as part of our international cooperation as well. In 21, the state's budget funded 43% of this expenses in science in Cuba, whereas the business world covered the remainder 52%. Through this public financing, we have supported projects such as development of our own vaccination against COVID. We're also betting on the replacement of imports, the promotion of exports, as well as new opportunities for foreign direct investment in a more dynamic economic situation, as a growing participation of state governments in new SMEs and other players in our own world. We are focusing local development, decentralized, that gives more access to funds and resources for the development of our country. We also ratified the importance of global urban and rural development, especially taking advantage of city as a resource for development, following the guidelines of the Plan Estado for the implementation of new urban instruments and other regulations such as the law for territorial ordering and land management in Cuba. And here we are facing many challenges related to the population aging, internal and external migration, and better use of urban resources towards sustainable development. Dear delegates, guests, Cuba reiterates its commitment towards SDGs and our desire to continue devoting efforts to that end. We also continue supporting us of the Solidarity Cooperation and with our modest resources to other countries that so desire, in spite of the complex global current scenario. As our chair of the group of 77 that the secretary mentioned, we have also decided to encourage concrete projects that will follow up the development plans of southern countries. Cuba will continue going towards multilateralism, the search for joint instruments and solutions to face this desire towards development. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. And we'll now continue with Uruguay. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Uruguay, as of the onset, as it's in its essence, supports sustainable development. And let me give you some background information. From the very beginning of the educational reform, the conditions were made first for a Republican organization that involves a relationship between all parties. And these are partnerships that we are now holding with civil society in terms of SDG. And then there was a reform in 1868 with 3 pillars: mandatory and free schooling that involved training human resources that were so necessary to improve productivity and to bring in more growth, without which we wouldn't have the resources, but also with integration. That is to say, SDGs are a part of our essence without ever imagining that this would come to fruition. And in time, we saw different institutions that were created. I don't want to talk about the pandemic, but Uruguay has had several networks. And because of these networks, we were able to have the necessary resources. We have seen some graphs saying that we were the countries that less spent, but that was not true. We didn't have to spend much because we already had the necessary safeguards in place. But I won't detain myself on this. I wanted to explain our position and our essence. We are now concerned because into the future there's so many challenges. We have issues, and the most one is that in Uruguay we're not growing. The secretary showed his presentation that showing that for 50 years now, we in the region have mediocre performance, and especially comparing with other countries that took off. For example, such as Korea. And the big secret has to do with our issues in productivity. The region has serious problems in productivity, and these are the ones that prevent us from growing. These productivity problems are the ones changing our region from supplier of raw material, which is not bad because we do have materials and raw materials and we are efficient. But this does not permit us to develop other activities. We are lagging behind. And being suppliers of raw material, as I said, is not bad because it's what we've got. But these are sectors that do not create labor. And without labor, we cannot diminish poverty. So the big challenge that we're facing is to be more productive. That is the big challenge. And these are issues internally. Naturally, this requires resources. The General Secretary talked about increasing resources, and the other speakers also repeated it. But we also have to look inside because much of the spending is not well spent and it's of bad quality. So it's asking for more resources, but that means that I also have to create the necessary spaces looking inwards with actions because we don't spend well. And I congratulate Costa Rica because they talk in that sense in the need to face this lack of productivity. Uruguay, as I said, in 80-70 or 87-68, conducted an educational reform. And right now, we are in the midst of another educational reform in order to adapt to the new world, to the reality, because we lag behind. And this is a general issue, education in our region. Uruguay has adopted this measure. Another policy that we are adopting in trying to improve the quality of spending has to do with social security. Because of demography, fortunately, we are living more and we have better health. But that's expensive. It costs a lot. And the social security systems in the region and the world cannot sustain this in the long term. We are now conducting a reform in order to try to get that spending that we foresee into the future does not grow that much, and that we have resources to be released to face the care system. Care, that must be funded as well. And we must look for resources inside of our country. Naturally, from outside they're welcome, but we have to have resources from inside. And this is what the reform aims at. These are social reforms in order to spend better and to have more productivity. But we're also aiming at more growth, more microeconomic growth to improve our competitiveness and to look at energy. Uruguay is one of the 2 countries that have the highest ranking in using renewables for power generation in the region. And we are also in the midst of a second reform that we'll talk about tomorrow in order to go forward in transport and education. We're also adopting other measures to have a more friendly environment to attract more investment. Thus, we will be able to tackle these new social challenges that are demanding more and more resources from our governments. And that's another challenge, how to focus this. We have education, health, social security, and care that requires big spending. A graph that was brought by the General Secretary about the new sectors and their potentiality. Somehow, from I've been hearing from other countries, we're allocating a priority into some sectors, but I liked what he said. These are all related. And that relationship is what got Uruguay to make the follow-up of SDG a formal endeavor. Why? Because this involves the whole of the government's action. And Uruguay felt that it would be more efficient to get all actions related to development should be focused. And we also have the office OPP where I work, and this is in charge of coordinating all of the progress made. And the most important institutionality is that together with our institutional office, we already have a protocol whereby every year all of the indicators are listed. So we have all indicators every year, with or without a report. We are doing so. And let me say that Uruguay has already submitted 4 official reports and a 5th extra official report. So we believe that there were 5 reports, 5. We have over met this, and because of that, we decided this year not to submit a report. But I wanted to tell you our experience, and I wanted to tell you that our main concern has to do with being more proactive in our countries. And I believe that we have much to do inside our country and not that much outside. Thank you for your attention. Yes, no one can give outside what we don't have inside. That is true. We now give the floor to Mexico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the Chair and all of the guest delegations that are here present. For me, it is an honor to represent the Mexican delegation participating in this event made up not only of the federal government, but also several representatives of local governments, making sure that the only way for implementing the 2030 agenda is a territorialization of the objectives. We want to thank the Executive Secretary and the chair for organizing this event. Mexico is very happy to be present once again in this forum. We had the privilege of hosting this in 2017, and it has become one of the most important events, not only in the region, but also globally when it comes to sustainable development. The post-pandemic scenario has shown that inequalities in the member countries have not allowed for the health equity stabilization. Different emphasis have been put in trying to request international help in order to guarantee sustainable development of the populations. But in this sense, it is important to establish minimum conditions in order to have social protection with access to social rights and human rights. And this is why in Mexico we put together the Council for 2030 Sustainable Development Agency, which is a multi-stakeholder entity that coordinates all of the efforts and brings together all of the related players. We have 19 agencies, and it is led by the President of the Republic. It brings together civil society, the private sector, the academia, and the local governments that participate in the implementation too. In institutionalizing this agenda, Mexico has made important progress with the public-private sector and also the academia. We believe that its implementation is the necessary roadmap for a juster, more equal and respectful world. In Mexico, we have established different mechanisms between national organizations and the 2030 agenda. The current plan and the budget of the Federation are all aligned with the SDGs and their targets. In 2020, 18% of the budget programs were related to at least one SDG target. And in 2023, this percentage went up to 84%. And we're very proud, but also strongly committed. And the best example of this alignment in principle is that in our government, in our development plan, we have the slogan, not leaving anyone behind, as is the slogan of the 2030 agenda. But this implementation is done on a daily basis in every single corner of the country. That's where gender equality is created, decent work is promoted, or responsible consumption is really undertaken. So we are on the halfway mark, as has been mentioned, and that is why the Secretary General in Mexico will put together a report on the achievements by the administration. This report will be presented in 2024, considering all the sectors at the local and national level, and will follow a collaborative methodology that will allow us to reflect all of the activities that have been implemented in Mexico in order to contribute practically to the SDGs from the federal government, but also from civil society organizations, the academia, local governments, citizens, private sector, and also different unions. So the government of Mexico has promoted important activities on population groups that have a high level of priority. Two of these programs, which probably you are well aware of because they were presented yesterday in this forum, are young people building the future and saving lives, which have had good results not only in our country but also in Central America, with actions that are implemented that provide benefits to thousands of people in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. From the civil society, also other projects have been promoted that foster the participation of women in STEM areas. Also, the participation of Mexican companies based on sustainability and circular economy. From the academia, different initiatives are promoted for local governments that do require support in implementing the 2030 agenda, and they have done this with the support of the federal government, but also with social organizations. Given the importance then of the local governments for the 2030 agenda, the Secretary will continue working to promote knowledge and capabilities. And out of the 32 federal agencies, they all have the corresponding mechanisms to implement the 2030 agenda. And these governance structures at the local level have also carried out volunteer reports that allow to make visible the different activities that have been implemented in the different municipalities. The involvement of local government is one thing that needs to be highlighted, also by aligning their state and municipal plans to that of the development. And we can see this important growth in interest, which simply goes to show high participation levels on this topic. Localization of the 2030 agenda is very important, but also implementing it at the regional level in Mexico with the Caribbean in order to continue moving forward towards development. And we are totally aligned with ECLAC's guidelines to try to establish a balance for the economic and social approach. And that is why, within the framework of sustainable development, would require recognizing the different realities of the different countries, also promoting one common goal of possible solutions, but also proposing the necessary tools in order to achieve the SDGs, strengthening multilateral cooperation, promoting the participation of more entities, bodies that have diversity, but that are related to sustainable development goals, but also making the agenda more democratic and putting citizens and people in the center of everything that we do as a government. We celebrate the clear willingness of the countries to continue facing the challenge of the 2030 agenda and to build this with a sustainable development approach. In the post-pandemic world, and in the 7 years that we have left, we must adopt the SDGs as an integral part of the development policies in order to move towards more sustainable and fair cities. In Mexico, we are participating in this world effort, and we're committed to continue contributing in order to have a more sustainable world and a fair Latin American and Caribbean region. Long live Latin America, long live this system. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And now, in closing this stage of country presentations, we will now leave the floor to the last country presenting, and then we will continue after 4 o'clock. But in the meantime, Venezuela. Well, thank you for leaving me before lunch and not after lunch. Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Chair of the Forum of Countries that we are currently in, dear members of the chairing table, members of ECLAC, colleagues representing the different countries, the different agencies and the United Nations systems that are here with us today, members of the academia and civil society also present. We are here today once again in this important forum of Latin American countries for sustainable development. And for the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, this is an important exchange of experiences. We are working together towards the 2030 agenda. But let us start by greeting you all on behalf of our country and our president, Nicolás Maduro. We want to simply reinforce our commitment at the regional level on the policies that are targeted towards the sustainable development goals, which for us are an intrinsic part of our economic and social development as a nation. The national government has deployed a protection policy in matters of food, health, education, social welfare, and utilities based on a network which has been extremely helpful. It was so during the pandemic, and it has allowed for us to move forward on the sectorial and territorial plans in our nation in order to recover the economic situation in the post-COVID era. For example, we have the local agencies called the CLAPS, which provide food for different economic sectors. The school food program, 4.5 million inhabitants are benefited by it. Fighting poverty also. Just to bring another example, we have a program of the great Misión Vivienda Venezuela, Venezuelan Housing Mission, that has 4 of the 5 variables included in the SDG. So with this, we have 4.5 million houses. So since the program started back in 2011, to date has impacted the possibility of overcrowding in the housing, better housing conditions, and better basic services. But it's not only about this. We've also moved in prosperity and the development of human rights of this multicultural population. Is thus establishing a new era and development for our country. Yet we do face important challenges for advancing the SDGs. And it is not a big threat, but it is actually the common sanction of trying to punish those who are different and who try to find their own way for development. We have said this before in this space. And we are not asking to approve not to approve it, but we must make sure that 927 sanctions do have a negative impact. They have been impacted on us, and also some other criminal sanctions placed on our country, which have been used as a tool in order to destroy our economy, our daily life, and they try to force an economic and political change, thus violating international law and rule of law. During the pandemic, there was an economic block, and in these last few years, humanity has faced the pandemic, and it has impacted us negatively in the daily lives of our population. As a region, when saying leaving no one behind, we're talking about 44 million people between Venezuela and Cuba, that who also has a criminal blockage for many years. And energy is a key element, and $232 billion in the last few years is the loss of revenues due to the sanctions, which is not only suffered by Venezuela, but also projects like Petrocaribe, which has affected some other Caribbean islands from being provided by oil from our country. This takes us to more than 80 million people, about 10% of the population in the region, that has been directly or indirectly impacted in their daily lives. The right to development due to these sanctions, which are a real threat for complying with the SDGs. Executive Secretary, we are convinced that multilateralism, and especially in this forum as an integrative mechanism, are expressions of that guarantee, of that cooperation and that solidarity that should prevail between the countries, and it is necessary in this common goal that Venezuela continues ratifying its commitment with the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Well, thank you, Venezuela. And with this, then we can finalize this stage of the forum with the number of countries that have presented so far with the agenda that has to do with accelerating recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for sustainable development at all levels. So next, we will leave this space for the next table that begins at 12, which is the one on strategies and the development for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the Caribbean, which will be chaired by Diane Corliss, Director of ECLAC's Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean. Thank you very much, and we will continue with what's pending after 4 o'clock.
Llamamos a la Comisión por tomar educación en su lugar para dar continuidad con el programa que estamos a partir de este momento. Muchas gracias.
So once again, we'd like to ask the delegations if you could please have a seat so we can go on with with today's agenda. Thank you.
Yes,
Oh, yeah. He says right now. No. But he is a very good.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege for me to be here to moderate this distinguished panel of Caribbean leaders and thinkers who will facilitate our examination of the key strategies that need to be pursued if our sub-region is to accelerate progress towards achievement of Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure you will agree that from the opening statements this morning and the Executive Secretary's presentation of the stewardship of our region in advancing the Sustainable Development Agenda at the halfway mark have set a compelling backdrop for more focused consideration of critical issues which continue to undermine the development trajectory of the Caribbean. The subregion's high exposure to exogenous economic shocks and the devastating impact of climate change is very well known. This has not only contributed to the routine destruction of productive assets, particularly in the tourism industry, the lifeblood of so many economies in the subregion, but it has also exacerbated public debt and worsened liquidity challenges, constraining investment, particularly in the social sector. Without question, COVID-19 widened fissures of inequality and exposed weaknesses in social safety nets, adding to the challenges of the subregion. We are now witnessing low growth relative to pre-crisis levels in 2008-2009, increasing poverty and social exclusion, low job creation, particularly among youth and women, and increased food insecurity in a subregion dependent on imports for 80% of its food. To these must be added the continued migration of skilled persons, declining productivity in the workforce, an aging population with high prevalence of NCDs, non-communicable diseases, without exaggeration, a perfect storm. As the Caribbean begins to make valiant steps towards recovery post-pandemic, great attention will need to be given to improving productivity, to promoting economic diversification, to investing consistently in research and development, and improving technological capacity. The Caribbean must also pursue creative public policies to address the implementation deficit and to ensure more efficient and effective investment of resources to build productive capacity and strengthen resilience. Therein lies the challenge for middle-income countries largely ineligible for concessional financing while confronting sluggish growth, declining ODA and foreign direct investment. Addressing the development challenges have resulted in high levels of debt and debt servicing. In the face of a less than sympathetic international financing environment, public debt averaged 75% of GDP last year in 2022. Barbados, of course, had the highest debt to GDP ratio at 125.9%. So the Caribbean faces a steep climb to 2030 without adequate access to long-term, low-cost financing for sustainable development implementation, and without the concerted support of the international community, including the UN system and regional organizations.
It should not be surprising, therefore, that initiatives with the potential to garner significant financing for the sub-region through innovative sources have found their genesis in the Caribbean. I think, for example, of the Bridgetown initiative advanced by Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, and I'm sure Minister Monroe Knight will give us more information on that. The damage and loss mechanism adopted by COP27 last year was championed by Prime Minister Gaston Brown of Antigua and Barbuda, and the ongoing work towards the design of a multidimensional vulnerability index is also being co-chaired by Prime Minister Brown. And Guyana has recently become the preeminent leader in the trade of carbon credits on the voluntary carbon market through its US $750 million carbon credit agreement with the S Corporation, an element integral to its low carbon development strategy 2030. Further, with its prospects for prodigious growth in the energy sector and its scope for expanded agricultural production, Guyana is poised to play a dynamic role in economic recovery and sustainable development progress in our sub-region. Of course, we at ECLAC are heavily invested in a proposal to create a Caribbean Resilience Fund to promote green industry development in the Caribbean, expanding job opportunities in new areas while strengthening adaptation and building resilience to climate change. With the support of the resident coordinator of Barbados and the Sustainable Development Fund, we hope to see this initiative come to fruition in the coming months. Financing sustainable development is the first and most urgent item on the Caribbean agenda. It is only with these resources and the range of policy imperatives to address the commitments of Agenda 2030 that can be pursued. In this regard, the countries of this region can continue to look to the UN system for guidance in the design and implementation of sustainable development strategy and related policy interventions, with the support of the very effective country teams in the Caribbean, of which we at ECLAC are a part, and allow me to recognize the contribution of dynamic resident coordinators leading these items in our region who are attending the forum this week. We have Yeshim Oruk, RC in Guyana, Didier Trebuch, he's our RC in Barbados, and the Eastern Caribbean. We have Birgit Gerstenberg, our RC in Belize, and Dennis Zulu, our acting RC in Trinidad and Tobago. The continued support of the country teams is vital to the success of SDG implementation in the Caribbean. So how then do we augment existing strategies as we approach 2030? I'm privileged to be joined here by distinguished speakers and thinkers of the Caribbean who will share their country experiences and their perspectives on how the sub-region can best shape a strategy for resilient recovery. Allow me to introduce Ashley Singh, Honorable Minister of Finance of Guyana, Chantal Monroe Knight, Honorable Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister of Barbados, Winston Duperon, former Foreign Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and the Secretary General of Euclid University. We lost one of our panelists, Honorable Carlos James, Minister of Tourism of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Somehow he didn't make it. And so we will have the opportunity to have a more leisurely conversation with our three panelists before we open the floor. So without further ado, I give the floor to Minister Singh.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Executive Secretary, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this meeting for inviting me to speak on this panel, addressing strategies to advance implementation of the 2030 Agenda in the Caribbean. The privilege is mine to offer this intervention today on behalf of Guyana, a relatively small country on the northeast coast of South America, whose recent history presents what I believe is an instructive case in earnest national effort to achieve sustainable economic and social development. Within just over 3 decades, Guyana has resumed and consolidated its place amongst the fold of democratic nations. We've rebuilt and strengthened key institutions of state. We've brought ourselves back from the brink of bankruptcy, regained fiscal solvency and sustainability, rebuilt and steadily improved public infrastructure and social services, restored our credibility as a destination for private investment, and consequently are now one of the fastest growing economies worldwide. Whereas in 1991, Guyana's debt to GDP ratio exceeded 600%, today it is less than 30%. The Guyanese economy grew by an average of 42% in real terms annually over the past 3 years, and is projected to grow by 25% in 2023 and maintain growth rates around 25% annually for at least the next 3 years. While a significant part of this growth is driven by developments in the emergent energy sector, the non-oil economy is also projected to maintain strong rates of growth, not by accident, but as a result of deliberate government policy to ensure a diversified and therefore more resilient productive sector for the long term. These most recent economic developments have placed Guyana in a position to accelerate implementation of Agenda 2030, to which we are firmly committed. Indeed, even the most cursory examination of our successive national budgets in recent years will indicate very close alignment between national policy priorities and Agenda 2030. Over the past 3 years, public investment has been ramped up fivefold with special focus on such areas as transport infrastructure to improve connectivity and unlock productive potential, energy infrastructure to promote sustainable industrialization as well as to advance the transition to cleaner and more renewable sources, and social services including health, education, water, and sanitation. In each of these areas, as well as those relating to each of the other SDGs, a detailed national policy agenda exists and can be mapped to illustrate alignment with Agenda 2030. Indeed, later this year, we will be reporting through the VNR process our progress and plans in relation to the goals being focused on in this round of reviews, as well as the very significant challenges that persist. Meanwhile, there are 2 particular examples that I wish to share today as examples of strategies articulated by Guyana to advance the national and sub-regional agenda in a manner fully consistent with Agenda 2030. The first is in relation to food security. Since 2020, Guyana has resumed responsibility for agriculture and food security in the Caribbean Community's quasi-cabinet. In this role, Guyana's president has spearheaded the development and adoption of an agenda styled 25 by 2025, under which CARICOM aims to reduce its food import bill by 25% by 2025. The strategy includes significant increases in production and productivity, promoting climate-smart agriculture, and removing impediments to intra-regional trade. Implementing this strategy will require significant investment, including in such areas as intra-regional marine transport. Most recently, it has been estimated conservatively that an additional $7.5 billion in investment will be needed if the objectives of 25 by 2025 are to be realized. The second example is in relation to climate change. Guyana has outlined, as our distinguished moderator indicated, a second-generation low-carbon development strategy as a successor to our first low-carbon development strategy. Under the first LCDS, the global climate services provided by Guyana's standing forests were mobilized to generate revenue for the country. In this instance, under a $250 million bilateral partnership with the Kingdom of Norway. Under the new LCDS 2030, Guyana aims to continue to mobilize our standing forests to generate revenues for the country, now under market-based mechanisms. Already, we have secured the issuance of the first jurisdiction-scale, market-ready carbon credits under the Architecture for REDD+ Transactions Environmental Excellence Standard, ART-TREES. A further major milestone was also achieved in 2022 through the sale of a percentage of Guyana's ART-TREES credits. Following a public international request for proposals, an agreement was finalized for the first sale of Guyana's credits, totaling approximately a third of our issuances under ART-TREES from 2016 to 2030, for a minimum payment of $750 million to be paid to Guyana between 2022 and 2032. It is believed that this may be the biggest carbon transaction to ever take place anywhere in the world thus far. The LCDS also serves the very important purpose of reinforcing Guyana's very strong climate credentials, including the fact that even as an oil and gas producer, Guyana still remains and is expected to remain a net carbon sink well into the future. Madam Moderator, Executive Secretary, Excellencies, all of that having been said, we in Guyana are under no illusion whatsoever of the magnitude of the task before us if Agenda 2030 is to be successfully implemented. Indeed, notwithstanding our relatively strong fiscal position, successful implementation of Agenda 2030 will require a level of investment that exceeds the still limited fiscal resources available. The challenge of financing sustainable development is further compounded when our inherent vulnerability, especially to climate change and other external shocks, is taken into account. The lingering economic and fiscal impacts of COVID-19 and other external shocks, such as the war in Ukraine, illustrated this most recently and abundantly. Indeed, speaking as a committed member of CARICOM, which comprises some of the smallest and most vulnerable member states of the United Nations, we wish to associate ourselves very strongly with the often expressed view that the international system has failed the most vulnerable countries of the world. To put it more stark, 7% of gross national income in official development assistance is now more than 5 decades old. It remains prominent in its non-achievement by all but a tiny handful of countries, despite the fact that it was reaffirmed most recently in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. The same can be said about the 2009 commitment to mobilize and deliver $100 billion worth of climate financing by 2020, another objective that remains prominent in its non-achievement. In much the same manner, and specifically in connection with the vulnerability such as the vulnerability we face in the Caribbean, the work on developing a multidimensional vulnerability index on the basis of which eligibility for development financing will be determined has been ongoing for over 3 decades, with no conclusion in clear sight. Madam Moderator, Executive Secretary, Excellencies, we in Guyana support the Bridgetown Initiative articulated by the distinguished Prime Minister of Barbados for a new global approach to financing countries facing the brunt of the climate crisis. But we also wish to use this opportunity to reiterate the call for the international community to recommit itself to those undertakings already agreed, and to many of which I have just referred. If we are to stand an even remote chance of achieving the lofty objectives of Agenda 2030, we, the most vulnerable countries, don't need new promises nearly as much as we need delivery of early promises. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Guyana reaffirms our commitment to Agenda 2030, both in terms of our national policy agenda and, importantly, our call to action by the international community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that very positive and firm message to the international community. Very, very pleased to see to hear of some of the initiatives to be pursued by your government going forward. Particularly important that you remain a net carbon sink. This is very, very good. And also the contribution that will be made to reducing food dependence by 25%. This is significant. So thank you very much for those words. Without further ado, I hand the floor over now to the Honorable Chantal Munro-Knight, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister of Barbados.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, Executive Secretary, thank you so very much for this opportunity to have this dialogue, which is extremely important as we meet this halfway point to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Madam Chair, your introductory words presented an excellent context for where we are in the context of the region, and in particular Barbados. It represents almost a tale of 2 cities. In one city, we see
full commitment by countries like Barbados to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We see forward action, we see focused investment on the goals. But in the other city, we see the key challenges that confront small island developing states like Barbados that are endemic and systemic and structural, and that if we are not careful, can thwart further implementation. And it is for this reason that the government of Barbados has focused its strategies for implementation on two pillars. One, that first pillar, of course, that focuses on national implementation that highlights activities to ensure that we can deliver at scale, deliver at impact, and also acceleration. But we're also keenly aware that in the context of this tale of two cities, that as much as we can deliver in the context of national action, that very much what we do is dependent on the international architecture. And that if we do not confront that, again, all of the forward action that we can make through national endeavors will still be stymied. And in that context, one of the key strategies that Barbados has advanced is that of strategic leadership at the global level, because voice matters. I heard the colleague from Argentina speak to the fact that it's important for countries in Latin America and the Caribbean to ensure that their voices are heard in key global spaces that make decisions about the trajectory for development. In that context, our Prime Minister took the offer to be SDG co-chair of the UN SDG Advocates Group, not only because it provided a platform for us to speak, not only for Barbados, but as a region on our advancements and achievements, but because it also provided a critical platform to call attention to some of these structural and systemic changes within the international global financial architecture that need to be made. Our Prime Minister leads the call as co-chair of the SDG Advocates, because it also calls attention to the fact that even as a small island developing state, facing all of these structural challenges, that we have made critical advances in relation to our commitment for SDG implementation. But before our Prime Minister was SDG co-chair, we advanced a policy as a government that we will establish a strong institutional framework so that while we call attention, as I said before, to what needs to change globally, that we also ensure that at the national level, we institutionalize our commitment to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is evident in the fact that the accountability for the implementation of the SDGs lies within the Prime Minister's office, that the Prime Minister's office leads an interministerial working group, which includes stakeholders from labor, the private sector, and civil society in order to advance implementation and also to have real conversations nationally on what we do, what we need to do to close the gaps. That is also buttressed by the fact that Barbados has a model for bringing all of our stakeholders together for dialogue, for continuous dialogue that allows us to advance national initiatives. That strategic leadership is also evidenced by the fact that we are aiming to ensure that our grand policy initiatives, our big policy initiatives, are aligned also directly with the Sustainable Development Goals. Currently, Barbados is working with Professor Mariama Mazzucato for the development of a mission-focused economy. And the development of that mission-focused economy will be directly aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. Strategic leadership matters. national matters, but global is also critical. And it's for this reason as well that we have been championing the Bridgetown Initiative. And the Bridgetown Initiative, well, it is focused on making sure that we ask the international financial institutions to deliver finance at scale for climate action. It's also fundamentally about calling for structural change within the multilateral financial institutional framework. Again, because we understand that unless that happens critically, we will not be able to raise the significant finance that is necessary to advance sustainable development. Very often, when countries like ours speak to the need for improved financing, we are told, look at your macroeconomic policies. Look at what you have been doing in relation to your policies. Look at how you can leverage private sector financing. But guess what? We've done that. And the evidence is clear that for small countries like ours, we're not able to raise sufficient domestic finance in order to be able to have the accelerated implementation that is needed. So that we need to make sure that the international financial architecture also comes alongside in a real way, in a dynamic way, in a better way that delivers finance qualitatively and quantitatively to help us accelerate implementation. The Bridgetown Initiative is built on 5 main proposals. 1, drawing in $5 trillion of private savings for climate mitigation, widening access to concessional finance for climate vulnerable, expanding multilateral development bank lending for climate and SDGs by $1 trillion, funding loss and damage, and making the financial system more shock absorbent. That is the call that we are making in relation to the international financial architecture. But I reiterate the point that the Bridgetown Initiative is primarily about a global call for structural change. We are in a moment coming out of the COVID pandemic when there has to be a recognition that if we do not have that structural change, fundamentally, that recognition of that need for that structural change, we are all together, therefore, endangering implementation. But at the same time that we are making that call, because again, very often when we begin to make that call, as I said before, we are asked to look internally. We are also, through our Barbados Economic and Recovery Transformation IMF homegrown program, that is focused on maintaining social cohesion through investment in public education, health, social development, and poverty eradication. Ensuring, again, that our policies are aligned. Actually, the program is aligned to 12 SDGs. So again, we are building out our own policy framework that ensures alignment. Additionally, we also have a program which is the Roof to Reefs program. And that is a national whole of government policy framework that allows us to cut across all of the agencies and government departments that have a say in delivering sustainable development in order to build coherence, effectively monitor, and deliver at scale. And that is aligned to 12 of the SDGs. One of the other critical strategies that we are working on is the promotion of greater inclusivity and participation. Localization and delivering on the SDG agenda at the national level does not mean government. We are very well aware that it does not mean government. And therefore, as I would have indicated before, not only do we have an interministerial government committee that provides for the bringing together of all of the ministries as well as all of the partners that are involved, all the critical stakeholders. But Barbados has a model for social partnership in which, again, we are building consensus around what are the critical priorities, where are the challenges, where are the gaps, and how do we work together collaboratively across all sectors, again, to ensure that we deliver. This tripartite body meets regularly through various subcommittees in order to, one, help the government keep on track, and two, also help to challenge us for further accelerated implementation. This strategy has provided for us significant leverage. In the context of the COVID pandemic, it was this tripartite body that allowed the government to bring the country together in order to be able to have a national focus on the development of strategies. And it is this tripartite body as well that will ensure that that national is real and grounded across all sectors as we aim to deliver. Finally, I want to speak to the issue of data and perhaps be a little bit even more strident here. One of the critical things that we must face, and we hear it in almost every form, is the lack of data, lack of access to reliable data, that STEMI measurement, that STEMI monitoring and evaluation. And we've had a number of initiatives at the regional level and at the national level. But I believe that it is perhaps one of the greatest challenges that we have to put alongside the financial challenge in terms of helping Barbados and other developing countries to ensure that they can properly address the critical gaps and deliver to ensure that we leave no one behind. Because unless we have a robust framework for data, then we are not always able to clearly identify where we are going, where the gaps are, and how far along the road we are. And I think that this is a challenge that I want to put certainly to the UN system, that in the context of how we are leveraging finances, that we have to be able to put some big finances towards working through this challenge of data. Too often, it is piecemeal, insufficient resources put to this. And I believe that we have to have a more dedicated approach to addressing the issues of data. Madam Chair, I'll start. You very effectively represented the powerful advocacy and the strategic leadership of your Prime Minister in your presentation. It is clear that you work in her office. And I think that it is particularly important, the emphasis that you have placed on doing for ourselves at home first, so that none can say that we are reaching for handouts, that it is a commitment at home and a multi-stakeholder approach to building that commitment at home. Also very important. And then the fact is, we do need a global transformation of the international financial architecture. Very, very effective. There's nothing more really that can be said there. On the point of data, I can assure you that ECLAC stands ready to offer every support. We identify entirely with the concerns that you have made with respect to the need for capacity building so that there can be more effective data infrastructure at the country level for more effective monitoring and measurement, evaluation and advocacy. Because we don't want it to be an anecdotal approach when we go to the international community. We want hard facts to defend our position. Very compelling statement. Thank you very much. I give now to my third panelist, Secretary General of the UP University, Honorable Winston Duperon. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. Diane Wallace, for setting the frame with that very concise context of the Caribbean situation. And to our Minister Ashley Singh for his very telling call for keeping the promises of the past. Of course, we heard from Chantal Monroe-Knight, which her advocacy of some fundamental structural changes that are required in order for the Caribbean region to be able to navigate a better future and a better performance on SDGs. Today, I want to be a little reflective as I look carefully at the report halfway to 2030 in Latin America and the Caribbean, so ably put forward here today by the Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar. In the great tradition of ECLAC, the report is reflective, but it is more than reflective. But my comments today with respect to the Caribbean would largely be on the reflective side of the ECLAC tradition that is so important for the designing of the future policy perspectives. The resilience of the Caribbean is being tested today, not only by the cascading global shocks of the past pandemic, or indeed the contemporary Ukraine-Russian war and its impact on the global economy, or the hegemonic tensions in the world order which we face, the Caribbean being at the center of the globalization process. Jose Manuel Salazar, in his very penetrating analysis, said that we are in Latin America and the Caribbean in what he describes as a real development crisis. In his own words, he says, a paradigm shift in public policy making is now necessary. Not only because there are trade and investment gaps, but also because of a failing paradigm for development. This is so relevant to the Caribbean region, as indeed it must be to the wider Latin American frame. As an academic now, having had the benefit of being in the seat of practicing, I recently wrote a book called The Caribbean on the Edge. In that book, I called for a rethink in macroeconomics for the region and a new look at the geostrategic shifts in the world of diplomacy. I addressed those issues on three fundamental fronts. On the issue of financing, of which we heard, our minister spoke today, our minister from Barbados, of the policy architecture, which the report that we are dealing with spoke at length, and of what I will refer to as a convergence within the region and in the global context. Sustainable financial buffers are required to ensure new flow of funds to the region via reform of the special drawing rights of the International Monetary Fund and the implementation of the Bridgetown Initiative, so well articulated by Minister Chantal Monroe-Knight here today on climate financing. But in addition, it seems to me that the time has come for a well-crafted design of sovereign wealth funds in each of the countries, small as they are, for that is the main source of sustainability for the future. On the issue of the integration matter, the region's economic space must be expanded via convergence of the productive economy. Now, as we heard Minister Singh, made more plausible by the yet untested potential of the Guyanese economy. A new form of strategic regionalism in food production and energy resilience is on the doorstep for action. The global supply chain disruptions must be averted via distrust on regional convergence and indeed the new challenges of technology globally. On the issue of institutions, I think Emmanuel Salasa calls it the institutional footprints is key to defining forward-looking action, radical restructuring to promote equity by expanding the scope of income support to the poor and the low-income groups in societies via private-public cooperation and self-sustaining schemes is no longer a choice issue. Public bodies like the insurance schemes must be restructured to cover self-employed and the vulnerable sections of society, one that is also actually sound. The shift in social security must move from structural dependence on the state to entitlement via funding financial products through these new innovations. So as we look ahead in the Caribbean, there's need for new thinking. I think it coincides with what the report calls transformational initiatives on three critical issues. One, the issue of environmental diplomacy, the issue of financial resilience, and the issue of a new convergence framework. It is the mechanics of these that will enhance the acceleration of the SDGs, as outlined in the report before us, which calls for a kickstart and speed up of the process. It is that kind of reflection that might allow us to add to the current delivery that is taking place. For it is a shift in paradigm that is of a structural nature that is required. The deepening development crisis on these three critical issues are important to identify not only the shifts in institutional architecture for resilience in fragile structures, the foundations of which has been so profusely set out in this meeting, and indeed is an ambitious undertaking. The politics of development will emerge as a major hurdle in attaining higher performance of the SDGs, a subject that is always excluded in the analysis. So the discourse is anchored in advocacy of more of the same, rather than an analytical resetting or altering of the paradigm for sustainable development. So my reflection today is based on the fact that indeed the Caribbean is on the edge, much of which we have heard here today, of a major policy reset. Shift in public policy making, but more towards a redesign of the architectural drawings of public policy on the critical issues that I have raised here, and perhaps much more. It is that kind of redesign of the architectural drawings of the policy framework that will be necessary in order to deliver better SDGs and to be able to realize more effective targets in the next decade, in the long term, as the report calls for. So I believe that this is indeed an important contribution to the tradition of ECLA in order to reflect, in order to redesign, and in order to recast the policy framework for the Caribbean society to be able to prosper and more specifically to achieve its developmental goals through the SDGs so well crafted in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dukran. You know, we needed an academic on our panel to deconstruct the report that was so effectively presented this morning, so that we in the Caribbean can appreciate the relevance and the importance of the messaging contained there. So I am using this opportunity now to encourage those that have not yet taken the time to read the report carefully. Not just the summary, the whole report. Yes, you might not have had time to do it yet, but it is going to be important for us to do that so that we pull out from it the nuggets that will help to guide, as he has said, the architectural policy structure that will promote the necessary transformation, because it speaks at once to the need for that national transformation, the questions of environmental diplomacy, financial resilience, the idea of convergence, and that very much linked to Minister Singh's caveat on the need for enhancement of inter-regional trade, because we have to not only work individually, but we need to work collectively as a sub-region. This is extremely important. Thank you all very much. I felt that all three panels were very rich, very substantive. I use the few minutes left to us to open the floor to see whether there are any member states and delegations, representatives, observers at the back who would wish to take the floor to ask any questions or to comment on any of what you've heard this morning. The floor is open.
Thank you so much. I thought I was going to order it, but that.
Delegates, colleagues, good day. Madam Chair, thank you for your opening statements that contextualized this discussion and presented the critical issues in the region that must be addressed in order to drive development and advance the sustainable development goals. Expanding access to financing, disaster risk reduction, food security, building resilience at all levels are urgent as we approach this turning point and the midpoint of implementation of the SDGs. As we consider strategies to advance implementation in the region, Jamaica recognizes the importance of long-term development planning as a tool for improving livelihoods, protecting the environment, and delivering economic prosperity. The integration of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development has augmented our approach to development through an enhanced framework for monitoring, mechanisms for follow-up, and improved means of implementation supported by international cooperation. The commitment to a sustained development planning framework with risk management built into its design cushion the Jamaican economy from a more severe impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and restore recovery efforts. This remains the framework to advance the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. While the development agenda, Madam Chair, faced impediments brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, The framework which supports the means of implementation at the international level triggered responses from multilateral and bilateral partners. Therefore, in addition to the domestic resource mobilization, official development assistance, aiding Jamaica's COVID-19 recovery, and ongoing programs aimed at achieving our development objectives. Madam Chair, we recognize the need to strengthen partnerships and cooperation, both in recovery and in advancing the 2030 agenda. Moving beyond recovery and accelerating the pace of implementation will require a renewed commitment to the whole of society approach, with key partners recognizing their role. It is and has been apparent that sustainable development requires collaboration within the region and among all stakeholders to achieve our common development objectives. The whole of society approach to national development and the 2030 agenda highlights the importance of strong institutions, innovative private enterprise, and inclusivity. Attendant to this are the means of implementation which prioritize the availability of financing, technological development, capacity building, and fair trade. In pursuit of our common agenda, ladies and gentlemen, the global financial community is urged to recognize the past performance of debt reduction and take into consideration the structural vulnerabilities brought on by climate change and the impacts of external shocks, particularly for small island developing states. Nationally, governments must take responsibility for strong governance frameworks, which are needed to engender citizen participation and create an active space for civil society contributions. Additionally, fostering an enabling environment allows private enterprise to innovate and thrive without harm to the natural environment and providing decent work and opportunities. Strengthening South-South cooperation opens new pathways to find solutions to our shared challenges, diversifying trade and investment, and building capacity through knowledge exchanges. The COVID-19 pandemic has also emphasized the need for a risk-informed approach to development. In this decade of action and the core of recovery and advancing the implementation of the SDGs in the region will be strengthening the means of implementation for the SDGs, including regional and international cooperation to achieve the goals. Jamaica remains committed as a partner in development. The challenges we face are not constraints to partnership and will leverage our experience in responding to crises, long-term development planning, and current fiscal reforms to advocate for improved access to financing for small island developing states and middle-income countries, for technological transfer, and for improving the terms of trade that strengthen and not weaken the global value chains. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative of Jamaica. We are of one accord. We speak with one voice. I give the floor now to the representative of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you. Madam Chair, distinguished panel, distinguished members and delegates, colleagues, good afternoon. Similar to many other countries, particularly small island developing states, the COVID-19 pandemic significantly impacted Trinidad and Tobago's economy and society and hampered momentum towards the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Faced with widespread economic and social repercussions of the pandemic, the government of Trinidad and Tobago immediately focused on social protection measures to support people through existing programs and/or new ones introduced in the wake of COVID-19. Although the consequences of the pandemic continue to evolve, the tremendous lasting impact on sustainable development is undeniable. Therefore, the government of Trinidad and Tobago recognized that COVID-19 demanded a coherent policy response in order to accelerate recovery and regain development progress. The COVID-19 crisis significantly impacted on the progress made so far in achieving the targets of our country's National Development Strategy, Vision 2030, as well as the SDGs. In this regard, our government understood that the COVID-19 pandemic not only required responses to immediate social and economic challenges, but also required strengthening mechanisms and capabilities for organizing a sustainable recovery from the crisis, one that does not come at the expense of progress to our country's National Development Strategy and the SDGs. The wide-reaching and fundamental changes following the onset of COVID-19 and its consequences required a critical review of the prevailing policy context and the development initiatives of the country. Our government understood that we were required to devise more ambitious strategies in order to mitigate the adverse dynamics exacerbated by the crises. In May 2020, the government established the Roadmap to Recovery Committee to develop a strategic way forward to ensure a sustainable recovery from the COVID crisis and build forward better, with the aim of taking a whole-of-society approach to respond to the multiple dimensions of the COVID-19 crisis. The committee comprised various stakeholders, including experts from the public sector, private sector, labor, civil society, and academia. The Roadmap to Recovery Report and Community Recovery Report have been developed with the aim of building a coherent response for a sustainable post-COVID-19 recovery. These reports aim to balance short-term economic growth objectives and long-term sustainability and resilience goals. In charting the way forward, our National Development Strategy has been reviewed to reflect the peculiar development needs arising from Trinidad and Tobago's current situation. This involves exploring solutions comprising a synthesis of recommendations from the Roadmap to Recovery and the Community Recovery Report committees, as well as findings from the Ministry of Planning and Development's review of the first 5 years of our National Development Strategy from 2016 to now. We are also seeking to focus on the immediate socio-economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic through the 3-year public sector investment program for the period 2022 to 2024. Government ministries, departments, and agencies will also be sensitized on the importance of aligning their capital expenditure program to government's medium-term policy and planning framework. Furthermore, Trinidad and Tobago also recognizes the importance of robust monitoring, reporting, and evaluation systems. These mechanisms are critical to assessing and tracking progress of institutional arrangements towards the achievement of the SDGs and implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Strong institutional mechanisms will go a long way towards shaping sustainable policy decisions and coherent actions in line with commitments to accelerate progress and achieve the SDGs by 2030. the Ministry of Planning and Development is currently exploring the development of a national coordination, implementation, and monitoring framework for the SDGs. It is anticipated that this whole of government coordination will be effective, since it will contribute to limiting duplication of efforts, promote mutually supporting actions across sectors and institutions, and concentrate resources towards common objectives. Moreover, the government of Trinidad and Tobago understands the importance of data and statistics that are accurate, relevant, timely, sufficiently disaggregated, accessible, and easy to use, particularly for decision makers. This is an area in which there have been some challenges, admittedly. However, we acknowledge that strengthening our statistical system will improve our country's development by facilitating improved decision-making and an increase in evidence-based policies. With a view to strengthening this area, we are pleased to be working with the UN country team in Trinidad and Tobago on initiatives such as, in particular, modernizing Trinidad and Tobago's statistical ecosystem through enhanced SDG data development. Going forward, Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to the 2030 Agenda and the achievement of the SDGs remain unwavering. Furthermore, we remain committed to fostering the partnerships which are required, especially now more than ever, to advance implementation of the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Trinidad and Tobago for her contribution. Very much appreciate the acknowledgement of the contribution being made by the UN country team to strengthening the physical data ecosystem of Trinidad and Tobago. It is something in which we are very, very committed going forward. We are out of time, but we're going to give the floor to our final speaker, Costa Rica, before we close for lunch. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Gracias. En lo que respecta, as to the sustainable development strategies in the Caribbean, Costa Rica has actively taken part in these reflections. As a former pro tempore chair of ECLACA, we supported the community for the Caribbean because we recognize the importance of addressing specific needs in this region, because as a country we share the concerns and the challenges of the Caribbean countries. Caribbean Sea is a link among us all. We share the vulnerability because of the triple climatic crisis and the need to improve access to financing. Nationally, Costa Rica is supporting the Plan Caribe, which is an investment plan for social, economic, and tourism development of the coastal areas in the Caribbean. At ICLAC, we have welcomed the Caribbean First initiative and the innovative financing mechanisms such as the Caribbean Resilience Fund, the adaptation in exchange of debt initiative, and also initiative against hurricanes as part of the loan that will provide some alleviation to the small island economies. Equally, we have exercised the chair of the Special Committee on Resource Mobilization Committee of the Caribbean States Association, where we provide stewardship in the reactivation developed by the Secretary General, and specifically in the preparation and approval of the 6-year action plan that will advance the revitalization of this association. The interest of collaborating with this association on topics that are interesting for the region, specifically transportation, trade, sustainable tourism, reducing disaster risks, adaptation of climate change, conservation and sustainable use of the Caribbean Sea. All of these elements with the objective of achieving social recovery and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in the Caribbean region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. And it's really one of the things that we have identified in our own office, in our research, that Central America is a natural partner for the Caribbean, and we really should be working more closely together as we expand regional trade and regional cooperation. Looking forward to working more closely with Costa Rica and the rest of Central America. We have come to the end of our panel this morning. I'm now going to attempt to wrap up. We are out of time. I want to thank the interpreters for staying with us. I want to thank all of you for listening, so that you have a better appreciation of the challenges. As Winston has said, we are the Caribbean on the edge, but we are down but not out. And our colleagues said to me yesterday, the context of transforming the global architecture. If you don't have a seat at the table, walk with your folding chair. This is what we are going to be doing going forward. We are going to strengthen advocacy, starting at home, but making sure that our voices are heard in the international financial community, because this is the way that we are going to be able to achieve sustainable development goals and a better welfare for our people. Thank you very much for staying. We are adjourning for lunch. We are to resume at 3 p.m. So you get 2 hours for lunch. And our meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon. We now initiate this afternoon's session. Let us please be seated in order to begin the afternoon's work. I welcome those who are here with me on the presiding table. This will be on the contribution of UN for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. I immediately give the floor to our moderator, Luis Yanez, who is Secretary for SECLA. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me quickly say that this is the sixth meeting of the forum, and it's the sixth opportunity whereby UN is one more in front of the government and civil society in order to explain the way we are all supporting the implementation of 2030 agenda. At the first meeting of the forum took place before a change that is going to be explained right now. But what's important is that UN has a way to operate in order to supplement this implementation, and actually within the framework of the reform of UN. This report on the results of the platform for the collaboration towards Latin America and Caribbean will be submitted by Executive Secretary, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, and by Michelle Luchet, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean, as vice chairs, both vice chairs of this platform. You have the floor, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is indeed a pleasure to be here together with Michelle, the other VP, the report on the outcome of the results of the platform, collaborative platform for Latin America and the Caribbean. I will bring in the first part and Michelle the second. I will give you the context on this report on the regional collaborative platform and the main challenges towards the development of the region. The example is how we have consolidated the development system in the region. We will explain the main results achieved and the priorities of the collaborative platform for 23 and future perspectives, a way forward. Let me bring you the legal framework and the institutional framework that ended up in the creation of this platform. In November 2020, this was during the review of the activities involved, and that was with the presence of all member states. It was pretty ambitious because the idea was we're quite in the midst of a reform of UN. ECOSOC 2020 resolution -23 that has to do with the reform of the member states in this respect. And it was requested that during the process, consultation would still be made at UN with transparency and with all member states' interests. And the recommendations having to do with different assets of UN in the region. And these consultations were to be the groundwork in order to guide the restructuring of the regional assets of UN. This was to be dealt with by region and according to the needs of each region. We also reaffirm in that mandate the new regional positioning, and this should be done together with the regional economic commissions and the specialized entities and everybody involved in the coordination, also following their respective mandates. And third, they were waiting with interest the new deliberations at ECOSOC on operational activities towards development. Let me also remind you about the 5 recommendations from the Secretary General that guide this new positioning of UN towards development. And these are here stated on the screen. The creation of UN regional collaborative platforms that will absorb existing duplicate coordination mechanisms and foster collaboration on SD among UN systems that operate at the region. Second, establishment of strong knowledge management hubs concentrating knowledge that is already deployed in different entities. Thirdly, enhanced transparency and results-based management in the region, including the annual reports on UN systems and the results at regional levels in support of 2030 agenda. The fourth would be the launching of a region-by-region change management process to consolidate existing capabilities in data and statistics. And five, the identification of administrative services that will be provided more efficiently to regional offices through common back offices, as has been done at country level. According to the management system and accountability of the UN system that was approved in September 21, the collaboration platforms are done according to these 13, and they are to support sustainable development among all the systems of UN that operate at the region and sub-region, especially promoting thematic coalitions with a duration that would respond to region, sub-region, and common borders. Secondly, to promote a joint action that have to do with sustainable development, including those that have been identified through the regional fora and the high-level political one. Third, to discuss the main events and strategic regional problems, as well as ideas to tackle and coordinate the agendas throughout the world. Fourthly, to promote the action that have been decided on. Fifth, to promote joint region, joint system strategies, strategic regional problems, as well as to tackle them and to coordinate regional agendas. And this would also deal with common cross borders. Sixth, to encourage the cooperation and institutional collaboration in sustainable development to ensure the improvement of the application of the regulations and standards. Seven, to promote dialogues and response to regional policies coherent with the SDGs. Next, to facilitate the advice assistance on policies that have to do with the technical capability of regional organizations to sub-regions, to coordinating residents and UN teams that would include common analysis of the country and the cooperation framework of UN towards SD. The next, to promote a management process to change in the region that will try to consolidate the existing capabilities and everything having to do with data statistics and other functions that may be doubled. Next, coordinating and to share transparent products of the knowledge and tools for policies, facilitating the development of plans of ancillary services. Next, promoting criteria and guidelines to prepare an annual report for the region and UN towards development, and this should be prepared by each one of them. And next, supporting the liaison between humanitarian programming and the development and situations of conflict and post-conflict, supporting the duration of the works and the country teams with the operations for peacekeeping of UN to contribute to the construction of resilience, prevention, and peacekeeping. We are now launching the 2.0 RCP platform, and this is based on a simplified procedure and a thematic focus that we hope will facilitate the request for regional support. We have remodeled the SDG gateway, and we've created the webpage of RCP LAC in order to improve access of assets, regional public goods, knowledge, in placing all of this to the service of the expertise. We have also created communities that have to do with data, gender associations. We've improved the transparency of the collective results and the impacts that have been part of the annual report here submitted, aside from the United Nations bulletin that has to do with interinstitutional campaigns and the creation of a task force on partnerships. We've also worked on the gaps that have to do with the technical assistance on SDGs and collaboration with the coordinating group of SDG from ECLAC. And lastly, we have finalized the regional commercial operation strategies, RBOS, that include the cooperation in 18 common services. We expect that we will reduce the total expected cost from US $4 million down to, and we will be decreasing in order to be able to be more efficient in the where we spend the resources. Now, an overview on development challenges. As we know, the economic growth has slowed down in most countries in the region, even though GDP of the region grew in 3.7. Still, we had an outstanding slowdown, and that 3.7 is still the rebound effect, because we know there was a big slowdown during the pandemic. And this slowdown was followed by continuous inflation, and this was reflected in an increase on foodstuff prices and in energy prices after interruption of the supply chain because of the war in Ukraine. The labor participation rates were kept below previous pandemics, and real wages dropped 0.6 in the second quarter of 22 after increasing for 6 quarters in a row. The recovery after the pandemic is also being slowed down, and this is because of the rebound effect. And evidence shows that the region is going back to a slow growth, and this is because of structural issues and the crises that have affected our economic perspective since before the pandemic. The slowdown of growth and a world economic perspective that is unfavorable naturally put pressure on the government to meet their fiscal goals, and that involves SDGs. We know tax reforms are in the agenda of several countries. We also have seen a energy price rise as well as that of foodstuff, and this has been a big concern. They have eroded the purchasing power of the most vulnerable population, and this went over and beyond the lower quintiles in the regions. And in 22, the extreme poverty has reached 13.1%, which is a backlog of 25 years for the region.
The strong informality of labor market and the weak and fragmented health and social security systems continue to deny comprehensive access to basic services and social protection to a significant proportion of the population who can only access jobs in very precarious conditions and without labor rights. Approximately one of every two people in the region has informal employment without social protection, 48% to be more accurate. And in addition, the social security coverage differs widely among different income groups. In most of the countries in the region, less than 20% of the lowest income quintile of the population benefits from coverage, while the highest quintile, that proportion doubles and in some cases approaches 80%. The 2022 report I'm sorry, but let me go on with the next one. The 2022 report is structured around the focus areas on the thematic coalitions and the thematic working groups of the collaboration platform from last year. Because today we're going to share with you a new structure, that is to say, that is a contribution, is a change based on the previous one. In 2022, these will be the groups: climate change and resilience, equitable growth, climate violence, financing for development, governance and institution, and human mobility. And the two cross-cutting work groups are one on youth and the other one on gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. Other important topics were included, such as education, health, and food systems. So in the coalition, in the thematic coalition, on climate change and resilience, well, it has promoted the capacity building initiatives on issues related to climate action and disaster risk reduction, including forest fires, and has also organized the Latin American and Caribbean Climate Week 2022 and the regional consultation for Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable infrastructure. The Crime and Violence Thematic Coalition has carried out analysis of human trafficking and migrant smuggling, presented a statistical framework for measuring gender-related killings of women and girls, and has developed an online laboratory which will work as a knowledge management tool in order to provide interagency collaboration and the coordination of the work of the RCP LAC members in the region. The Coalition on Equitable Growth has created a community of practice for capacity building and collaboration. For example, a collaboration with the Resident Coordinator's Office in Jamaica to discuss economic transformation initiatives for the blue economy, and the organization of webinars on extractive industries that contribute to sustainable and inclusive development. The Thematic Coalition on Financing for Development has developed knowledge with webinars on financing for gender equality, financing for health, and on resilience and innovative financing instruments. The Governance and Institutions Coalition has carried out virtual dialogues on civic space, preventive auditing, and efficiency of public expenditure for just, peaceful, and inclusive societies and youth, peace and security, and a note on good practices in generating SDG-related data. And the group on human mobility has become a real dialogue platform at the regional level in order to facilitate coordinated approaches to address the challenges posed by mixed movements. They have also provided support to countries with common messages, including the preparation of data and information to support the response to priority human mobility situations. So, well, thank you so much. This is as far as I go, and now I hand the floor over to Michelle. Thank you, Jose Manuel. Good afternoon, everybody. It is an honor for me to share this space together with Jose Manuel Salazar. And let me carry on then with the presentation right where he left by sharing with you the results of the initiatives of the different thematic groups, especially gender equality and youth, by highlighting that in 2022, the United Nations system continued promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women in the region as one of the shared priorities between all of these systems agencies. And as you can see on the presentation, these actions, including a gender perspective in the cooperation frameworks by the United Nations, which are the frameworks that rule the way that agencies act between countries, in the countries, and trying to achieve the sustainable development goals with a gender perspective. Also, the thematic topics that were strengthened, providing strategic support and advisory to the United Nations teams, and also campaigns, communication campaigns were promoted in the International Women's Day and the 16 days of activism against gender violence. As you can see on the presentation, then the efforts on advocacy were carried out, more particular on children's marriage, collaborating with the governments and with the organizations from the civil society in order to promote the participation of young leaders through parallels in the 4th session of the regional session on population and development in Latin America and the Caribbean, and on the 15th conference, regional conference on women in the region. Also, within the framework of the regional program in Latin America and the Caribbean on the initiative called Spotlight, we also move forward on expanding the capacities of public officers, activists, and also organizations of the civil society in the design and implementation of legal frameworks aligned with the international standards, human rights, and also contributing towards specific indicators for the SDG number 5 on gender equality. With regards to youth and in response to the strategy of the United Nations Youth 2030 and the request of support by the coordinators in the system and the country teams and the member states, the expert group provided updated data and evidence on the situation of adolescents and youth in the region. So with the aim of establishing a coordination and collaboration network, technical support and exchange of experience on topics related to young population, this group worked with an inventory in order to coordinate the leaders between the youth and the United Nations representatives in the country, and also to highlight the focal points of the peace agenda and the safety. There was an organization with the focal points from the youth within the framework of the International Youth Day. There was a webinar also organized on youth, peace, and security in the region, together with the issue-based coalitions on institutional governance. Other initiatives in regional areas considered as a priority, such as education, health, and food systems, include, for the specific case of education, our response to the effects of the pandemic within the educational sector in the region through the report 2 years later, Saving a Whole Population, developed in order to request urgent measures in order to mitigate the current learning crisis that is being experienced worldwide and also in the region. Also, the education in Latin America report and the Caribbean and the Crossroads, the regional report, which makes a balance on SDG number 4 in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is an important contribution at the regional level for the decision makers and also for the summit on the transformation of education on health-related matters, and in order to contribute towards young people and women. This initiative of Every Woman, Every Child, Latin America and the Caribbean continues developing instruments and innovative resources in order to bridge the equity gaps in the health sector. There was also a report called There's No Time to Lose, Challenges for Health for Adolescents in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is an urgent call to the decision makers and policy makers in order to take decisions to improve the conditions and the perspective of the adolescents in our region. And lastly, and along the same topic, with there was a publication of the document called Inequalities of Health in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is the baseline for the Sustainable Development Goals baseline assessment for women, children, and adolescents, which shows the whole scenario of social inequalities with several indicators related to health for these populations. Regarding food systems, in compliance with the commitments undertaken in the Summit of Food Systems, and also in response to the growing need presented by the presidents, the United Nations system has intensified its efforts in trying to provide support to the countries in the transformation of the local, regional, and global food systems through a regional task force providing coordinated support to the countries based on their demands and needs. Also, support was provided to governmental and non-governmental actors in implementing policies and investment to foster efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems that improve the healthy diet. And lastly, the regional scenario on nutrition in Latin America and the Caribbean 2022 towards improving healthy diets present at the regional level a status of food security and nutrition, including trends in terms of malnutrition, food security, as well as all of the possible forms of malnutrition. Let us now focus on the types of support provided by the systems of the United Nations to the resident coordinators, but also to the country teams in 2022. We can say that they were focused on trying to provide cross-border, sub-regional, and regional support through integrated analysis and advice on policies and normative guidance. Also, regional common goals through evidence-based policy, knowledge resources, and capacity building, promoting also regional coherence by facilitating alignment with global agendas, promoting public awareness through communications and joint positioning, as well as advocating and positioning of messages. And lastly, facilitating partnerships with different strategic partners for sustainable development. Also, in response to the request received by the resident coordinators and the country teams from the United Nations systems through the peer support, we continue providing support and guidelines for preparing the guidance and quality assurance. Also, dialogues were established in Africa, Europe, and Central Asia, trying to expand the experiences, lessons learned, and good practices in the cooperation framework processes. 2022 also marked the onset of the increased efficiency through the business operation strategy, POS 2.0, and in 2022 we saw that we had an avoidance estimated increase from 15.8 million in 2021 to 25.3 million in December 2022. The management systems identified more than 400 collaboration opportunities for the coming 5 years, including 18 at the regional level with a total cost reduction of 4 million. Regarding the engagement with stakeholders and key actors, the United Nations has continued collaborating and working with several regional strategic partners in order to provide support to the member states in advancing the implementation of the 2030 agenda. Regional level included the partnership task force in order to expand these kind of relationships at the regional level on emerging topics such as food systems, energy transition, as well as digitalization. Also, we have strengthened the multi-stakeholder networks and participation in intergovernmental meetings. An example of this is the 5th meeting of the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. It is also important to highlight the participation of the subsidiary bodies and intergovernmental bodies of the Regional Commission jointly organized with other UN entities to reflect on the progress made and the challenges faced in the implementation of the 2030 agenda in synergy with regional agendas. Now, focusing on the path forward, I would like to share with you some of the priorities of the regional collaboration platform for Latin America and the Caribbean for 2023, understanding this year as the halfway mark to the 2030 agenda and as a region facing challenges, but at the same time with opportunities in order to achieve the goals. So the regional platform with RCP-LAC, which is the English acronym, provides strategic support in 3 priority areas. One is promoting regional coherence around global priorities, including food systems, energy transition, digital transformation, care and social protection systems, and education, with a focus based on leaving no one behind. Secondly, supporting the resident coordinators and the country teams of the United Nations in addressing the SDG gaps at the sub-regional level and in cross-border context, focusing on human mobility, climate change, and biodiversity protection. And thirdly, building partnerships with regional partners, the international finance institutions, and other sub-regional development actors. And lastly, in order to accelerate or to streamline the working mechanisms of this regional collaboration platform, new issue-based coalitions were established as a result of merging 2 other previous groups. One for governance, for peace, justice, and quality institutions, and the goals and indicators are guided by the SDG number 6B, and also the identification of the topics that will be covered by this issue-based coalition that could include, among others, receptive and inclusive institutions, active participation of citizens, access to justice, rule of law, fight against crime, and citizens' security. The other issue-based coalition that was created is an equitable growth and funding for development, which will cover these topics, as the title says, in order to decrease poverty, inequality, promoting labor growth, and promoting decent work, the expansion of social protection, the reduction of informality, and improving the economy of care, but also to include other priorities that defined by the group itself. One is starts working. Regarding the thematic working groups, well, a new thematic group has been created in order to cover the populations that were left behind, which include indigenous populations, people with disability, among others. All of these topics are covered by the working groups on gender, population left behind must be integrated in a cross-border approach through all the coalitions. But regarding the operational and programmatic working groups, which are at the bottom of the slide that you can see on the screen, a new group was included focused on evaluation. And with this, then I conclude this presentation that was begun by co-vice chair Jose Manuel. Thank you so very much. Quite a bit to swallow because it's complex. This new structure we're giving in order to provide the countries and the resident coordinators for the 2030 agenda. Now, we do have some 20 more minutes precisely to clarify these doubts. If anybody has any questions, any doubts or opinions that the delegations may have on this report on the contribution of the United Nations system to sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean. And then we will continue then with the list of presenters that was pending from the morning. So if any country has any questions, any initiative, any doubts to clarify based on what we're doing at the regional United Nations system. I mean, each country knows what they're doing at their national level with the UNCT, the country teams, and the resident coordinators.
claro. No, but it means that everything is crystal clear. The chair has a comment to make. We were off the record here. Well, since there are no comments, we indeed run through this item. It is the ICP LAC, and I now give the floor to Madam Chair in order to resume the list of delegates who were going to take the floor. We will now continue with the national statements. Now, what Liz says is that today at 12, we had concluded the last presentation that was made by Venezuela. And we promised that we would continue with the remaining delegations that had asked for the floor and that had not been able to make their formal declaration. I will now give the floor to Paraguay. If Paraguay is not present, we will continue with the Bahamas. Bahamas?
I bring greetings to the Honorable Prime Minister of the Bahamas, Philip Davis. The Bahamas, like the majority of countries worldwide, have been negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, unlike many COVID-19 came on the heels of one of the most devastating hurricanes in Bahamian history. Hurricane Dorian resulted in significant social, economic, and infrastructural losses, and within hours, the Bahamas suffered billions of dollars in loss and damage. Any progress within the SDG was wiped out within hours, thus resetting our clock back to zero. And when Hurricane Dorian's recovery efforts were underway, the Bahamas' resilience was yet again challenged with the COVID-19 pandemic, which further shook the country, leading to adverse outcomes to our social and economic safety nets. Notwithstanding climate shocks and other global shocks, we are learning and making strides to position ourselves to recover from these events. Global efforts to fight the pandemic have afforded us new opportunities. These new opportunities seek to unite, to restructure, and to put us in a Build Back Better mode. Hurricane Dorian and the COVID-19 pandemic have taught us some valuable lessons, and now it is time for us to diversify our efforts, to accelerate our recovery, and to refocus on achieving the goals and objectives of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And this goes to the issue of international cooperation. We need such cooperation and support to be best suited to the issues faced by our country, so that the expected outcomes can truly be realized at the levels to be impactful and long-lasting on the lives of the people now and into the future. During COVID-19, many of our countries suffered from the challenges of creating a sustainable livelihood for our citizens, while simultaneously trying to keep our systems and sectors afloat to ensure that no one is left behind. The sectors greatly affected by COVID-19 in the Bahamas have areas that are being closely reevaluated, and by taking a more strategic approach, we are expecting results-based outcomes that can positively impact our efforts towards achieving the 2030 Agenda. The Sustainable Development Goals are cross-cutting and multi-pronged. A one-size-fits-all approach is not sustainable. As indicated in the report presented this morning, where one country may be excelling in multiple areas, there are countries who are stable, and then there are those who are failing. The opportunity for review and reevaluation are important. It gives each of us, members, civil society, academia, and observers alike, the opportunity to connect and to share ideas, best practices, and lend and receive support where we may be challenged. These opportunities are part of the formula that propel each of us to walk forward with this global initiative. Although the Bahamas is making strides in some areas of sustainable development, we still need our partners' support to accelerate the recovery from COVID-19 so that we can continue our work to fully meet and implement the SDG targets and indicators. And we also need to find commonality with our other global commitments, such as climate change. We in the region live and operate within a physical environment which is fragile and changing, and this is having an impact on our ability to implement and reach the SDG targets. We continue to challenge the phrase of no one to be left behind, but the recent IPCC report suggests that 6 countries and this region may be left behind if immediate and urgent changes are not made in the climate change space. The onset of the pandemic stretched and strained our systems, and like everywhere else, we had to adapt. We had to be perceptive and honest about where we were and tap into the talents, the ingenuity, and the generosity of our people and our partners. For reasons such as this, the Bahamas leans on local, regional, and international partners to pursue avenues of economic acceleration that ultimately drove assistance and process to some of the most challenged areas. However, there are obstacles which hamper our ability to advance. The impact of climate change, the position of our financial partners regarding concessional loans after climate impacts, and our ineligibility for grants given unrealistic GDP prescriptors. Such financial obstacles are a surefire way to fail at the SDG targets. This morning we said that there were 7 years left for the SDGs and other major global environmental agreements. In 7 years, we will all know where we stand as a global economy under the SDGs. And in 7 years, we will know what the future holds for our global home under climate change. Nothing we can do can be considered in isolation. I thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to remind you that we will follow the 7-minute deadline for each statement. And we are now continuing with the countries that were unable to make those statements before lunch. Now, the panel was entitled Speeding Up Recovery Post COVID-19, having in mind the 2030 Agenda towards Sustainable Development. I see that why it's now going to make their formal statements. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I also would like to greet Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, as well as authorities, representatives from UN agencies, as well as all present. I am appreciative of the organization as well as for the excellent report, exhaustive report this morning. Paraguay aims at continuing forward in this agenda so as to ensure everyone's basic rights and needs and promoting opportunities through a partnership between the noble government, private enterprises that are socially responsible, and an active civil society. We're also working towards becoming a competitive country from an economic and environmental sustainability point of view in And we are seen as one of the most productive foodstuff manufacturers, and we are well known throughout the world for this, with well-trained human resources. But the Paraguay that we want for 2030 does not mean that we're not aware of all of the challenges that we're facing because of the social and economic policies that are needed in order to give the answer that so many ask for, never forgetting the most needing, the indigenous people, and gender focus, and always giving leadership for young people. This is part of the government plan, and this is certainly well aligned with sustainable development, and this is made up by 4 pillars: the reduction of poverty, social development, inclusive economic growth, opening up into the world, and the strengthening of our institutional framework. In that, in meeting our development goals, SDG is extremely important, and we are now investing tremendous efforts to that effect. Thus, after the approval of the agenda, and in facing the challenges in meeting SDGs, Paraguay in 2016 created the Interinstitutional Commission for the implementation, follow-up, and monitoring of the meeting of sustainable development goals. In the year 2017, the government wrote an intersectorial statement and this ended up in the first voluntary report that we submitted in 2018. In 2020, during the pandemic, we showed our commitment by strengthening the SDG Paraguay Commission with the integration of the 3 branches of state, increasing the number of institutions that are part of it, and with a very high-level political representation. This new structure, aimed at getting all public institutions to be more involved in the strategic implementation of SDGs. We also saw, because of the pandemic, a deepening of poverty, but we now had more evidence of the structural issues in the country: health, education, technological gap, and scarce access to connectivity were made more evident. The macroeconomic stability that we have enjoyed for many years permitted more social, economic, and environmental resilience. During the difficult times of the pandemic, we set up different actions in order to bring in quick measures to protect the more needy sectors of the population. The efforts deployed involved the launching of the National Plan to Reduce Poverty. Its aim, as the title says, was to reduce the Paraguayan poverty, naturally emphasizing those more affected. This has 3 pillars, and these are interconnected: social protection for households, economic protection of individuals, and social promotion of territories and communities. This national plan also saw the development of a territorial management that is called local centers for social assistance, in order to protect the people out there in the countryside. And this was cross-cutting between different institutions with the active participation of the community as well, and with an intercultural focus. This was a new way to see a relationship between indigenous people and the government. Now, as we said, we did have gaps, but this also brought in a new opportunity to bring in social contingency plans that would be the groundwork for public policy to foster more sustainable assistance towards the most vulnerable. Thus, we had the program Putubo in Guarani, granted a subsidy of 25% of the minimum wage, and the informal workers would also benefit from this assistance. as well as those who depended on SMEs. We gave tax waivers and flexibility. We reduced the tax to encourage more imports, as well as cross-border trade, as well as other measures. We also helped to recover our economy, and the FOGAPI fund restructured loans that were provided to micro and SMEs that were affected by the pandemic. Let me mention the progress made in social protection through the VAMOS program. It aims at gaining more inclusion and social cohesion, providing rights throughout the lifetime of every individual based on social integration, productive labor insertion, and social protection. After the pandemic, we believed that it was very important to consolidate the social investment plan as related by the 2030 Agenda and the National Development Plan. In that, the budget allocation is key. We know that the current challenge has to do with the challenges that were made even harsher because of the pandemic, and changes are needed, such as the implementation of efficient public policy. And here, the creation of statistical data is so important, as well as indexes and indicators are appropriate, such as the multidimensional indicator, so that no one will be left outside of our action. In Paraguay, together with the countries in the region, this collaboration is a key in order to go forward towards sustainable development in the country and to improve the quality of living of our citizens. Thus, it is of the utmost importance to push forward joint action so as to tackle together the dimensions of sustainable development, both economic, social, environmental. Only thus we will be able to reach that development that will be showing concrete benefits for the citizens, and so that the region may build back better because of the pandemic through specific action towards the people and the planet. Thank you. Thank you, Paraguay. We'll now give the floor to Guatemala. Thank you, Madam Chair. I greet the members and the authorities here present, as well as the representatives from UN system and the different officers and representatives from all delegations. I would like to bring in analysis of the conferences that we heard today, and I'd like also to bring in our experience in three topics. First, governance, institutions, and then transformation and digital modernization, and multi-player dialogue. First of all, let me say that when we took up the commitment to meet SDGs, we figured out what had already been accomplished. And naturally, there were budgetary gaps that were seen. Thus, before taking up in 12-15 this commitment, Guatemala had already publicly launched the National Strategy Towards Development, the Catuve Plan. We were able then to harmonize the 17 SDGs with our national plan, which gave way to 10 national priorities towards development. We were able to guide international assistance, public and private investment, and we also had partnerships with civil society and academia in order to give priority to our goals. We now have a national system of development councils that are the democratic way to reduce territorial asymmetries. We have been able to dialogue and to bring in consensus between subnational, territorial, and national levels in order to set up the national plans for the approval of our public investment plans in order to define the country priorities where international investment will supplement our efforts and not replace them. We close that gap with the resources that cannot come from our own budget.
So in this sense, there is quite a peculiarity. After the agreements on the peacekeeping agenda, we recognize that we have a multi-ethnical, multilingual, multicultural society, which has allowed us to work with the different municipalities at the community level, with the councils of the elderly, and with the traditional population that did not have any information to address such complex topics like global warming, climate change, and greenhouse gases. And also in a country that has a high seismic levels, highly vulnerable to climate change and highly vulnerable to greenhouse gas emissions, we require their knowledge in order to address this more holistic approach of the situation. And everything has to do with the prioritization of the SDGs and how we put this into the country context. So this allowed us to take a look at the public policies, implementing a whole set of monitoring and evaluation mechanisms in order to have qualitative data, but also establishing alliances, partnerships with the think tanks, with the academia, so that that theoretical concept can also be translated in important input information for political intelligence in order to have full participation from the civil society, churches, citizens in the different 5 levels of these development councils, national, regional, communal, and departmental, in order to implement the whole portfolio of activities that we have by trying to strengthen the sovereignty of the different statements. Now, the next one has to do with digital transformation. We have to interconnect the systems. We have to strengthen our statistics data, which is important for decision making. And this has also allowed us to implement the open data national policy, emphasizing what the United Nations Covenant Against Fraud has stated, and also moving forward on topics like simplifying administrative processes that are trying to streamline stop in order to also channel private investment, exports, but basically bringing direct foreign investment to make our national markets more dynamic. So in this sense, we have a third topic that has to do a mechanism in order to establish strategic alliances for development. So we have 4 important initiatives. The first one is the Great National Crusade on Nutrition, which is a public and private effort with the participation of the main commodities and the main companies in the country, which try to decrease the alarming indicators in terms of chronic malnutrition that the children below 5 years of age are experiencing in Guatemala. With White Seal is the next one. When Guatemala officially started seeing the impacts of COVID, there was a lockdown, but also a slowdown of the economy. A project began, which was called White Seal. These are certificates for SMEs in order to strengthen the supply and value chain. This has allowed to put the investment in the territory by creating regional developments and poles that has allowed for inclusive and resilient development with indigenous populations, with local investors, and especially try to slow down the impacts, especially related to children, considering violence, human trafficking, and other crimes carried out by the organized crime organizations. The next one has to do with the subscription of the Ecological Transformation Project. This is in a department that is still considered a young within Central America and allows to establish a partnership with the private sector, both with business chambers and AFENPOR and the different private companies. Also, including private think tanks, allows to create reporting on the environmental sustainability report through a whole set of data that the state does not collect, but that they receive through the private sector in order to refocus public investment on updating public policies, but especially also to strengthen the administrative records of municipalities And we're very happy to say, we're very, very happy to share with you that as of that since 2017, 29, 20, or 23, Guatemala has put together 4 national voluntary records, which allows us to refocus the strategy as a country, but also to strengthen the communication with the private sector, with civil society, with the donors too, in order to measure the efficacy of international investment, and as was declared in Paris, in order to make sure that these are aligned to the priorities of the Guatemalan state in the mid and long term. And in the political forum on the economy and society, we're going to present the first voluntary subnational report. 9 municipalities that are already providing data, which are willing to harmonize their development plan in line with the 2030 agenda and with the priorities from the general policy of their government for 2020-2024. Now, the last part has to do with the efforts that have been undertaken in terms of the policies and the territorial organization, which allows us to have the best critical thinking on how to harmonize investment based on sustainability environmental criteria, but including the vulnerable populations that have not had access to the basic services, housing, food security, proper nutrition, so that we can start creating the value chains and further employability. That also contributes to the social protection system in Guatemala. We have to have a more in-depth debate to see how we can move forward towards the national prosecutor's office in order to make sure that there is a right framework for the protection of children and violence against the women also. And this has been checked then, considering the different alternatives regarding the redistribution of a tax collection and also public expenditure in order to fund this social protection system. Guatemala has then taken some significant steps after the pandemic. We have grown at 3.5% in terms of growth regarding our GDP. And this has allowed us to start relaunching the second debate within Latin America and the Caribbean, which is regional integration, economic integration, customs integration also, which also has to do with human mobility, but also with the strategic reservoirs of natural goods. Water, for example, as a human consumption resource that needs to be discussed in the region in order to have a real political integration. And we have a different institution and different instances that allow us to start uniting the development plans, which will allow us to have an integrated region as back in the 50s when we had one common trading market, so that we can then give life again to that genesis that took place back in the years when that model was created. Thank you so much for listening to me, and a warm greetings to every single one of you from Guatemala. Very good. We would like to thank Guatemala. And now we're going to give the floor to the representatives from Dominica.
Madam Chair, distinguished senior members of ECLAC, Your Excellencies, comrades, brothers, and sisters, good afternoon. Thank you very much for this extended opportunity. I bring you fraternal greetings from Honorable Dr. McIntyre, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Climate Resilience, and Social Security. Dominica has enjoyed the support of members of this body and appreciates the invitation to assemble here to share experiences and discuss ideas for the sustainable development of all who reside and work in Latin America and the Caribbean. Dominica has a story regarding the June 25th. In July 2022, via our voluntary national review, VNR, we described much of our success in the pursuit of Agenda 2050. That review remains available for your perusal, but suffice to say, Dominica is on track to achieving many of the SDG targets. Out of the 169 SDG targets, reported 107. 35 are met or are likely to be met by 2030. Fair progress has been made in 57, and there is limited on progress in 5. We don't achieve this alone, however. We have documented our journey, which have also collaborated with us. And for this, I reiterate the gratitude of the government and people of Dominica. Our success is also yours. Of course, the challenges persist. Figured or magnified by successive shocks in the last 10 years in particular. Resource deficiency, for example, is a real threat to our progress. Here I speak not only of financial resources, but also human and technological. Monitoring and reporting responsibly on our progress in the pursuit of the SDGs requires a data management architecture that, for now, we are still building. Consequently, we are challenged to conduct the requisite analysis that will inform the process. This deficiency explains in large measure our inability to report on 64 of the 169 targets of the SDGs. The data problem, as we call it, is consequently a challenge that we continue to address. This problem is further compounded by the realities that climate change falls upon us, because policy considerations for sustainable development that incorporates adaptation to and mitigation against the vagaries of climate change must be anchored upon reliable data. What are these realities? Dominica, because of its topography and geographical location in the Caribbean chain, is one of the Caribbean islands that is most impacted by the changing weather patterns and sea currents. Now, recently, as of November 2022, torrential rains and rains in large portions of Dominica. This resulted, life, destruction of houses, farms, fishing gear, roadways, and shook the confidence, psyche, and calm of every Dominican who had previously lived through Tropical Storm Erica in 2015 and Hurricane Maria in 2017. Recovering from the damage done by such events has since become a national priority, not merely because we are rebuilding infrastructure, but we are also relocating conflict villages in order to restore the internal peace and confidence of our human capital. It is in this way that the war on climate change creates imperatives that force us to divert national resources from the implementation of Agenda 2030. The fight against non-communicable diseases is equally held to the 2030 agenda, because each tool depletes our financial and human resources, and critically, a direct threat to socio-economic development. All forms of cancer, but especially breast, prostate, cervical, and colorectal, hypertension, and diabetes form part of an alliance of death and destruction that forces us to divert limited financial resources and much of our energies to the fight against NCDs. This threat to our socioeconomic success, brothers and sisters, is to us, therefore, as existential as that posed by climate change. Your Excellencies, the cumulative effect of these challenges is an even bigger burden, an obstacle for us, the unavoidable national debt. It restricts our ability to raise and dedicate the requisite resources to the pursuit of components of Agenda 2030. Schools, houses for displaced, roadways, bridges, slope stabilization structures, hospitals, economic infrastructures, such as sports and tourism facilities. They all must be built or rebuilt to modern resilient standards. We must pursue fossil sources to fuel our economic activities. We cannot abandon the elderly and the vulnerable. We must invest heavily to equip our health facilities and to train our personnel. Life goes on, and these inescapable costs, often determined by forces that are well beyond our control, they continue to rise. We do not believe that these challenges are unique to Dominica, but we know that phenomena that are unique to Dominica, not least its topography and history, and our history of facing debilitating shocks have exacerbated them. Consequently, so a successful pursuit of our development goals have especially perverse ramifications for Dominica. Comrades, Dominica has been a responsible partner in the march towards 2030. We understand that geopolitical reconfigurations impact national priorities, global interests, and the availability of resources. However, we appeal for a continued solidarity. We are convinced that the way to move beyond these hurdles toward progress is through sustained, meaningful collaboration, bilaterally, multilaterally, or through the use of leverage with some of your partners around the globe. In this context, the other model is commendable, but others abound. Increased economic output, global political advocacy, and generous financial support are also part of the equation that we promote. Dominica reaches support to increase our economic output and access to some markets in the region and beyond. Brothers and sisters, in concluding, I reiterate the sincere fraternal greetings of my minister, Honorable Dr. McIntyre, and the kind wishes of the government and people of Dominica for the continued progress of the people of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you so much. We will now give the floor to St. Kitts in Agnes.
Thank you, Chair. St. Kitts and Nevis progresses towards attaining the SDGs by 2030, and its wider development records are somewhat positive, even when compared to regional indicators. Despite this success, the challenges remain: COVID-19, climate change, and global conflict, among other development challenges, have exacerbated existing socioeconomic vulnerabilities. Moving forward, it will require higher levels of collective ambition to realize inclusive, resilient economic growth for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As it relates to our voluntary national reviews, the Federation prepares itself for its first BNR. We recognize this important milestone as it allows us to pause even in the midst of implementing a challenging but ambitious COVID-19 economic recovery strategy to take stock of the alignment of our plans with the 2030 Agenda. Indeed, while much of our public is aware of the SDGs, there is still much work to be done to ensure that there is deeper understanding at the community level of the role that the SDGs play in nurturing sustainable, inclusive, and resilient societies that leave no one behind. We have a mission of transformation. Our first BNR comes at the time when St. Kitts and Nevis is in the process of formulating its new National Development Plan for the period 2023 to 2037. This focuses on transforming our country into a sustainable island state, accelerating the SDG implementation. St. Kitts and Nevis has been successful in managing the COVID-19 pandemic and has already commenced building more resilient health systems and infrastructure. Further, the full removal of COVID-19 travel restrictions in August of 2022, we will last in the Caribbean, have proved essential in accelerating our economic recovery. We do look forward to the realization of the multidimensional vulnerability index to determine access to ODA, which will be needed if St. Kitts and Nevis is to fully achieve the 2030 Agenda. At the same time, St. Kitts and Nevis will continue to demonstrate prudent fiscal management, which includes revamping and streamlining of social services to the most vulnerable, building buffers, fiscal buffers needed to withstand external shocks, and ensure the full implementation of the public sector investment program. We continue our path, but we have recognized that international efforts required to shift and mobilize resources to those who need it most may not be commensurate with our own actions.
As it relates to critical pillars of our SDG agenda and our sustainable island state transformation, we have focused on food security through rural empowerment. We are committed to 25 by 2025 agenda as a food security and nutrition are critical to improving the health and well-being of our people. St. Kitts and Nevis has made a stronger commitment to work towards gender equity as a platform for sustainability. There's a special focus now on aging and elderly care, as well as support programs for women and young girls in rural areas. We recognize the importance of empowerment as a key for driving rural growth and transforming rural societies post-COVID-19. As it relates to sectoral approach, we have been more intentional in the support for the blue-orange economy and the knowledge economies to give our young people a wider range of opportunities for self-actualization and social and economic mobility. Additional resources have been mobilized to enable young persons to tap into underexploited areas such as ICT, robotics, and digital transformation. Our government has established several new ministries focusing on climate action, economic development, and investment to promote economic empowerment of our people. At the same time, we have addressed our long-term issues with limited digitization in St. Kitts and Nevis through the commitment to transform our government to e-governance. We continue to pursue our commitment to decarbonize power generation. The Federation should be well on its way by 2025 to energy security and a new green energy mix powered by geothermal energy. This will assist us in meeting our NDC target of 61% reduction in CO2 emissions by 2030 and in driving down the cost of energy for residents and businesses. The Federation has also made an additional commitment to tackle water security issues through renewable energy generation for desalination. We commit, even though it is expensive to do so, appreciating the economic, environmental, and livelihood cost of not. Strategic partnerships continue to be our pathway to SDG success. We have consolidated our relationship with all segments of society, increased opportunities to engage with stakeholders to co-create inclusive policies for engagement. It is apparent that public funds are inadequate to sustain all projected developments to contribute to the advancement of the SDGs. And it is imperative that other avenues are explored to facilitate new and innovative financing mechanisms through public-private partnerships and other potential partnerships. We continue to rely heavily on investment migration. However, we do recognize the importance of shifting and sharing resources from the global north, which supports the shifting of power to the most vulnerable communities if we are to achieve our SDGs. We focus on data and decision-making as this is an urgent need, but must be financed. While government bodies continue to collect data, this is done using systems and methods suitable for their organizations, but not necessarily suitable for SDG reporting. We require more support. In closing, St. Kitts and Nevis' approach to accelerating the implementation of the SDGs focus on people. Our transformation to a sustainable island state would accelerate our SDG 2030 agenda. We continue to strengthen efforts to ensure that the SDGs remain at the forefront of national development and are fully integrated into our national development plan for 2023-2037. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas. Thank you very much. And now, in concluding these statements, we will give the floor to member states of ECLAC that are outside of the region. So I give the floor to USA.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Rose.
I'm the Senior Economic Advisor for the State Department's Bureau of International Organization Affairs in Washington, D.C. And I've traveled here from Washington to attend this important forum. And I'm pleased to introduce our national statement that will be delivered by our Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, Narissa Cook, who could not be here in person today. Thank you. On behalf of the United States, it is an honor to speak at this year's Forum on Sustainable Development. As with our strong commitment to the UN Charter, our commitment to the 2030 Agenda is grounded in our belief in a free, open, prosperous, and secure international system. This is the most consequential year for the development system since its creation. These regional SDG forums and the SDG Summit in September present an opportunity to pivot how we frame and conduct our SDG work. This year, a team of 20 U.S. government agencies continued a long tradition of partnering throughout the Latin America and the Caribbean region to advance the 2030 Agenda. Let me say a few words about SDGs 6, 7, 9, and 11, since they are the focus of this forum. First, our efforts to advance SDG 6 were accelerated in June 2022 with the release of the White House Action Plan on Global Water Security, which will strengthen global systems to meet the needs of underserved populations. And last month at the UN Water Conference, the United States unveiled a series of commitments totaling more than $49 billion in domestic and global action to advance water security and sanitation. These efforts reflect President Biden's once-in-a-generation investments in equitable, climate-resilient water and sanitation at home and around the world. Similarly, SDG 7 and clean, affordable energy are central to President Biden's climate agenda. Our Inflation Reduction Act is supercharging investment in clean energy and will drive down costs for clean technology globally. As we seek increased climate ambition ahead of COP28 in November, we are also scaling up climate finance to support developing countries. On SDG 9, we partner throughout the ECLAC region on transparent investments in high-standard infrastructure projects. These projects deliver economic benefits for development while protecting the environment and internationally recognized workers' rights. SDG 11 and sustainable cities are a top priority of ours, and we are thrilled that so many city leaders from ECLAC countries are participating this week in the Cities Summit of the Americas in Denver, Colorado. Much of the work to implement national climate and sustainability objectives falls to local leaders, and we are bringing together city leaders to strengthen collaboration among our communities. Also advancing SDG 11, the State Department has appointed a new special representative for city and state diplomacy, who supports a host of U.S. programs that leverage knowledge sharing, capacity building, innovation, and diplomatic collaboration to promote sustainable urban development. Let me end by underscoring that the SDGs are, at their heart, our shared values: expanding economic opportunity, caring for our climate, good governance, human rights, and ensuring no one is left behind, particularly individuals from underrepresented communities. Throughout this forum, and as we look toward the SDG Summit in September, we welcome your ideas on how we can collaborate to make the 2030 Agenda a reality. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Since no one has asked the floor, we will now adjourn the meeting until tomorrow. at 9 a.m. And Louise, the secretary of the commission, invites us for a toast on the lobby outside of this room.